Thank you for joining me for the season that is, first and foremost, for the girlies. Hello, I am Haley Whipjack, and we have finally gotten to the season that everyone actually remembers and loves. I'm so excited. Before we get into it, mandatory fit check. Fit check, nice and simple today. Little black blazer, a dark lip, some little earrings. I'm feeling very mayoral. If you're for some reason starting my Once Upon a Time recaps right here with this video, you might be asking yourself, what is Once Upon a Time? Who are all the characters? One moment. You can just admit you wanted to see my cool whiteboard. I forgive you. I can guarantee you some very silly things are going to be happening to this board this video. But you, hypothetical person who is just starting from right here, are probably overwhelmed by all of the people on this board. You don't know their names, you don't know who they are, and honestly, if you've watched the previous videos, or even the actual show, you also probably don't remember who half of these people are. And that is okay. Do not fret. My little lamb, I will shepherd you safely into understanding what you need as you need it. This is Emma. She's our best friend who had pretty much no actual say on the plot last season. This is Henry, her son with a savior complex and a lawful good alignment. This is Neil. That's Henry's dad. This is David. That's Emma's dad. I'm just going to grab the family tree, if that's okay. But real quick, if you want to see videos like this before everyone else and get extra videos every month, you should hop over to my Patreon, patreon.com/Haley Whipjack. I'd like to think we have a good time over there. This is our Once Upon a Time family tree as it stands right now. It is the same as it was at the end of the season 2 video because we haven't gone over any more dang shows since then, but it's good to refresh who's who and how they are related. For example, Henry Mills' biological mom is Emma Swan, but his adoptive mother is Regina Mills, who is also his step-great-grandmother if you just follow the family tree up the other direction. Of course! Henry's dad is Neil Cassidy, also known as Balefire. That son, Rumpelstiltskin, spent a full season and a half and multiple centuries looking for that he had with Mila. Mila, who left him, ran off with some pirates, including Captain Hook, who is not on this family tree because I'm not tracking romantic entanglements. That would get so... We can't do that. I would explode and so would you. If they don't have a child or a legally binding Christian marriage, they are not on the board. This board is also gonna witness some crimes today. We'll check on it halfway through the season and then again at the end. And I don't know what it's gonna look like, but we will look at it together. This season, season 3, is where Once Upon a Time realizes that they love having the first half of the season follow one story arc and the second half follow a completely different story arc entirely. So it's kind of like 2 seasons for the price of one. And this time in season 3, they are both iconic. I love season 3. It is so silly, and it really shows you exactly where the rest of this show is going. There's a lot of show left. There's 7 seasons. After this one, we're not even halfway through. And I would love to show you exactly why I love this one so much. So strap up, ready your anachronistic outfits, and tie those shoelaces you got from the president, because we've got Tumblr's favorite season to recap. Onwards.
Fit check. I'm a pirate. Obviously. We've got the coat. We got the ruffles. The big hat that I'm about to take off because I hate it. Little bird skull earrings. Just like how every pirate does. Also, I just look so good. Pirate! This outfit is made of mostly pieces of the first cosplay I ever wore to a convention, which was in February of 2020. I wore Captain Avantika from Critical Role to meet Talus and Jaffe. And it's only right to be a pirate when we're talking about the first half of season 3, and we'll talk about why. We'll get into it, I promise. But first, let me just refresh on where all of our characters are currently physically in the world. So at the end of season 2, Henry Mills got kidnapped by Greg Mendel and Tamara, no last name, I think, and they brought him to Neverland so that they could get to their home office, the people who want them to destroy all magic forever. It's all very dramatic. Other than that, we've got so many teams going here. Emma, Hook, Regina, Mr. Gold, Mary Margaret, and David all got onto Hook's ship, the Jolly Roger, to follow them into Neverland and go save Henry. Saving Henry is sort of what we do here. So as everyone in Neverland know, Neal Cassidy is in the Enchanted Forest. Because somebody had a whoopsie-uh-oh accident. Also, can I just say, I am so sorry this video took so long. I sort of tripped and fell and accidentally started teaching kindergarten full-time. And let me just tell you, 50 hours a week with 5-year-olds does not leave you a lot of energy to rant about Rumpelstiltskin on the internet. But here I am. What happens next? So, someone fell through a portal after being super gunshotted at the end of last season. And they landed right onto everyone's favorite not a throuple. Mulan, Aurora, and Philip. So Aurora, Philip, and Mulan take Neal to Aurora and Philip's castle. I guess Mulan also lives there full time. We don't have any hint that she's a different residence. So it's all three of their castle, not helping the throuple allegations. And they immediately deduce that Neal is Henry Mills's father because Neal wakes up and starts immediately freaking out about Emma Swan. And Aurora, of course, knows Emma, knows about Henry, has seen Henry in her dreams. You'll all remember, of course, from season 2, that when you fall into a sleeping curse, you regularly travel to the nightmare dimension, and that's where she met Henry in the past. We all remember it. Also, can I just interject? And I know it's so early for interjections, but just hear me out. Aurora is so cute this season. She's adorable. Her new hairdo is really doing things for her. The cute little purple dress. Oh, she's so cute. I love Aurora. Aurora volunteers to try and go to sleep, enter the nightmare dimension, and communicate with Henry and Emma. And Neal asks her to pass along the message that he's okay and to tell Emma that he loves her. So we're immediately doing this instead of doing something else. Me personally, I think we should be doing something else. While Aurora is going to sleep to try and consensually enter the nightmare dimension, Neal ends up trying to explain the real world to Mulan and tells her that there's a movie about her.
I'm in a story.
Yeah, they made a movie about you. It's actually pretty good.
What's a movie?
And he has good taste. And he has good taste. However, Aurora cannot contact Emma, so the gang has to come up with some other way to potentially reach them. And if anyone has a way to do that,
where they would have possibly left something like that behind, it would be in a one man's dark castle. Neal also just tells these people right away that his dad is Rumpelstiltskin. Like, you might as well, I guess. Just Neal and Mulan go to the dark castle. They leave Aurora and Philip at home. Those two really are not built for adventuring. We all saw how well that went last time. And Neal claims that the reason he never went after Emma before was his fear of rejection. We are rewriting history. I do believe he has a deep-seated fear of rejection that does track for him. But that's not why. And when they make it to the Dark Castle, there's a man already in there. A beautiful man named Robin Hood. We did get an episode in the season 2 with the Robin Hood in it. Different actor. Same character, same story, different actor. This is Robin Hood now. Neal tells Robin Hood that he can keep the castle, but please, can I just look around? I just need to find something. I'm Rumpelstiltskin's son. He's just telling everyone now. Robin Hood claims that Rumpelstiltskin saved his life once, which is like technically true. In the flashback I really sped through last season, Rumpelstiltskin did let Robin Hood go at the end of it, but it was after torturing him for a long time and then hunting him through a forest. So when Robin Hood says he owes Rumpelstiltskin a debt, it's like, do you though? Because that feels kind of evensies to me. But okay, he can repay the debt by helping Neal search the castle he's been living in. That's fine. Neal can reveal a secret opening with a crystal ball in it. And Neal focuses on Emma, seeing her clearly in this crystal ball, but she's not in Maine. Oh no! Emma's in Neverland. He recognizes that immediately. All he can see in this crystal ball is Emma and a couple of trees behind her, and he goes, fuck. She's in Neverland! How do you know that? Emma's in Neverland. That's right, baby. Let's talk about the crew that sailed the Jolly Roger into the Peter Pan dimension. Emma, David, Mary Margaret, Regina, Gold, and Hook are all on that ship together. Super Cash, our protagonist, her parents, her pseudo-father-in-law, her reluctant co-parent, and some dude. I mean, actually, if we got into all the ways Hook was intertwined with these people, we'd never get anywhere. I'm sure I'll talk about it a lot later. They did it. They're in Neverland. Hook and Regina start instantly having this deep conversation about how they're both villains who are doomed to never get a happy ending. It feels really early for that. I love it. Regina's really interesting this season. Mary Margaret and David try to parent their 28-year-old orphan daughter who hates it and actually tells them that she wishes she hadn't broken the curse and instead just took Henry and ran. There's no overstating how much Emma Swan does not want to be parented. She doesn't want it for even a second. Mr. Gold announces that he's actually just going to go save Henry by himself, separating the party. Very smart. Also, he changes into his Rumpelstiltskin outfit. It's Mr. Gold in Rumpelstiltskin's leather pants. I don't like it.
Oh, well, that's a great use of our time. A wardrobe change.
It makes my teeth itch. Why did they make this choice? He leaves the group. Fine. I'm always saying the real problem with Once Upon a Time is that there's not enough storylines all happening at once. It's so focused. On the Jolly Roger, there's a fight against mermaids. They kidnap one of the mermaids. The mermaid calls a big storm. I know that sounds insane, and it sounds like I'm skipping stuff. Just go with it, okay? It's a big storm on the ocean. That's what matters. Regina angrily, rams the mermaid into some wood, and it makes a big tidal wave in the storm, which is notably, historically, bad for ships. Mary Margaret and Regina start physically fighting. Hook insults them, and now he and David are physically fighting. Emma realizes that it isn't actually the mermaid that caused the storm like how they thought. It was the group fighting. It's a magic storm. And the angrier they are, the angrier the storm is. So she jumps off the side of the ship to distract everybody. And it works. They all stop their fist fighting to save her. Honestly, queen. Icon behavior. They get to the island, they leave the Jolly Roger, and Emma reminds them that they all need to get along and use their skills to their advantage. Regina asks what Emma's skill is, which rude, and Emma just says,
I'm a mother.
and ain't she just? There are still more people on this god-forsaken island. Henry was kidnapped by Greg and Tamara. Do you remember Greg and Tamara? Me neither. That's a lie. I just wish I didn't. Greg and Tamara brought Henry here for home office, something they mentioned many, many times in the last, 3 episodes of season 2, after we heard it for the first time in the last 3 episodes of season 2, but never actually got explained. What is home office? Also, Henry warns them that his 2 moms are going to come get their asses. Okay, so almost immediately after we see this trio arrive on Neverland, head lost boy Felix shows up, declares himself home office, and demands they give him Henry. He tells them that actually they're never allowed to go home. Their mission to destroy all magic that they both believed in with such a religious fervor, that was a lie. It was all made up the whole time. And then a shadow descends from the heavens and kills Greg. In the arms of an angel. You know who else I should mark off as dead? Daniel. Why is he even still on the board? And Cora, actually. Isn't she dead too? If I'm marking the dead now, I'm gonna do it right. Pretend they all got a song, okay? They're all in the arms of the angels. So Greg is dead. Literally just no more Greg. And I'm not sad. I won't miss him, but oh my God. Henry and Tamara both run. Tamara gets shot with an arrow and falls to the ground, and the Lost Boys continue to pursue Henry through the woods. Jesus, absolute Christ. It has been 5 minutes and Henry's life is imperiled. Henry gets found by a boy who says he's also running from the Lost Boys, and they stick together for safety. They talk about Henry's family, Henry insisting that his family is coming for him because it's Henry, and the other boy claiming that that's a death sentence for Henry's family. Neither of them know, of course, that Jolly Roger is already here. They're still being pursued by Lost Boys through the trees. They end up on the edge of a cliff. But wait, New Boy's got pixie dust in his pocket, and Henry is just chock-a-block full of belief. So he grabs it, and they use it to fly safely off the cliff. When they do reach safety, New Boy uses Henry's name when speaking to him, tipping our boy off that something is very wrong here. Yeah, that's right.
I am Peter Pan.
That boy is actually Peter Pan, who was running a whole con here. For some reason, Peter Pan needed Henry to be brought to Neverland because Henry has the heart of the truest believer. And Pan needs it, claiming Henry as his. So I get that, but why the lie just now? Why introduce yourself as an untrustworthy liar? Do you not want the boy to trust you? And also, Mr. Gold is now wandering the island alone. And what does he find? Greg. Or what's left of Greg. And Tamara! He heals Tamara and asks where Henry is. She doesn't know because of how he ran off being pursued into the woods. But she does tell him that Pan is behind everything and that she's sorry about Neil. And that she hopes he can forgive her for what she did to Henry and for what she did to Neil. She hopes Mr. Gold can forgive her and willingly brought up what happened to his son. You cannot be surprised that this is the last time we see Tamara healing someone just to immediately rip out their heart and crush it in front of them. Kind of bangs. Kind of bangs. Wish we weren't this weird gold Rumpelstiltskin aesthetic hybrid for it. The aesthetics are very good separately. I don't like them together. That's all. In the arms of an angel. And then Gold runs in to Felix.
Hello, Rumpelstiltskin.
And they have a silly little fey-coded conversation about how intentions haven't changed and they'll meet under less friendly circumstances. Like, these two definitely have a weird history. And you're not supposed to understand what kind, which is good, because you can't. And then Felix throws Gold a little doll onto the ground, and Gold starts to cry. He's so upset to see the little doll. But Felix says Pan wants Gold to have this. Okay. Like, they're both playing chess, I think, but it's like two different chess boards. I don't know why I thought it would be easier to talk about this show just because everyone's in the same dimension. They still refuse to just be in the same place. And Neil isn't actually even in the same dimension. We just aren't in Maine. Let's stick with Gold for a minute. Also, I'm gonna lose the hat, I think. Oh, I immediately got shorter. Oh no. Gold removes his own shadow with the Dark One dagger, hands that dagger to his shadow, and commands the shadow to hide the dagger somewhere no one will be able to find it. My instinct is he should have left that knife at home. It is such a liability to carry around a thing that can literally control you if someone else so much as holds it. But I'm not 100% sure that, like, magic works between planes and that dagger is the thing sort of like keeping him alive. So I guess this makes sense as an alternative. Don't keep it on you. That's all. So Gold just sits there and stares at the little doll from Felix, but he hears someone in the trees, and it's Belle? Belle, of course, was left behind in Maine to cast a protection spell and keep an eye on Storybrooke, and actually that's still where she is. This isn't actually Belle. She still judges his outfit, though. As she should. Belle insists that Gold is the one who conjured her, but she doesn't know why. She asks him about it, and he starts talking about how he's a coward, how his father was a coward, and that Pan offered to let Gold live if Gold lets Pan keep Henry, and Belle says he can't let Henry go like he let Balefire go, and just gives him that weird little doll back, and then fucks off into the trees. How did that answer the question of why Belle's here? And then Gold tries a series of increasingly intense ways to destroy the little doll, but it always reappears. Spooky. Mr. Gold is really just having his own little adventures right now. He has friends on this island, on the same mission he is on, but he is choosing to stomp around in the trees by himself and get haunted by a doll. I just feel like that's not as effective. Elsewhere on the island, those friends are stomping around on their own journey. Hook is leading the group because he's the only one who's been to Neverland before. He stops David from ending his own life accidentally on some thorns that contain a poison called Dreamshade, which is the same poison that Hook used to try and assassinate Mr. Gold last season. And yet, when Hook suggests a path, David insists on a different direction just to be stubborn, and everyone follows David? Guys? Because Hook is a bad guy, even though he's shouting from the rooftops that the bad guy here is Pan. And also, they all already know that the bad guy here is Pan. Use your resource. You don't have to like Hook, but use your resources. The jungle is different than Hook remembers it being, and he says they should go around the very dangerous jungle, go around the outside of the island after they camp. Regina is impatient and angry. Regina doesn't do much at this exact point in the story at the beginning of the season, but sort of at any time you can imagine her sort of just pouting in the background, and it will elevate the scene. Weird villain shit occurs when Pan comes to Emma in the night. She threatens his life, demands Henry's location, standard, yada, yada. Pan assures her that Henry is alive, and in fact, Pan wants to help. He gives her a map that will lead her right to Henry, but only if she stops denying who she is. And then he disappears into the moonlight. I like villains that give little riddles. I think Pan is fun. I think we should keep him. Can we rehabilitate him and make him into another weird uncle like Regina and Gold and Anton and Hook? In the morning, Emma just starts listing things about herself, including that she's the savior, the thing she hates saying about herself, to try and tell the map she's not denying anything about who she is. And then Regina, pouting in the background, steps up and just does magic to the map, does a locator spell, which we've seen many times on this show, and it will lead them right to Pan if they just follow it as it floats through the sky. The map takes them deep into the dark jungle. It's called the Dark Jungle. I don't think I told you that. And then directly into an ambush, because as Pan tells them, cheaters never win. Also, he's wearing Henry's clothes. Don't do that. That feels weird. That's a step too far for me. They fight some Lost Boys. Hook warns them that all of their weapons are laced with that Dreamshade poison, and Emma tries to intimidate a Lost Boy into telling her where Henry is, but then quickly realizes she's yelling at a child. They're all children, and stops doing that. It makes her feel very bad. Emma's better than that. Pan restates his riddle for Emma, that she can stop denying who she is, and then he and the Lost Boys just pack up and head out, ambush over. Mary Margaret tries to help Emma, saying that maybe the reason her just listing things about herself didn't work is because Emma doesn't really know who she is. And so Emma thinks about it and thinks about why she let that Lost Boy go, thinks about how it feels for her to be on this island and in this situation. And she says that all she really feels like is an orphan. And the map comes to life. Man, I think maybe Mary Margaret and Emma just need to not be in each other's lives until they're both feeling a little more stable. Your daughter you just found again looks at you and says the core of her being is orphan? Hard to hear, hard to live with. Pan teleports into the scene to taunt Emma about how she's an orphan. What a bitch. Love him though. Also, during that ambush, David got shot by Lost Boys and is definitely super poisoned with Dreamshade, but not telling anyone about it. Hiding a zombie bite sort of behavior. Philip tried that shit in season 2 and it went very poorly. No one ever learns. So many of these guys are the kinds of guys that would hide a zombie bite. It's disgusting. Emma Swan would never. Also, we get a flashback to the old enchanted forest days, pre-curse, where Charming lies to Snow White to make her briefly believe that she pulled Excalibur out of the stone, you know, the sword in the stone, to try and make her love herself and believe in herself. And she finds it very sweet. They briefly inconvenience Rumpelstiltskin about it. That's like all you need to know. It takes up so much time.
I want what's best for Snow.
Look, handsome, she may love you, but that chiseled chin ain't fooling us.
Tinkerbell, Tinkerbell, Tinkerbell. I love Tinkerbell. Like the animated teeny tiny fairy. I love her so much. I owned so many of the Tinkerbell books as a kid. I loved all her fairy friends. I played Pixie Hollow like it was my job. I was a garden fairy, personally, not much of a tinkerer myself. This Tinkerbell is not that Tinkerbell, but she's also fine, I guess. God, we're actually on an episode right now that I love everything about. Once Upon a Time is amazing, actually. Tinkerbell first. So Regina Mills, in the Enchanted Forest, she's in an unhappy marriage to a king. She's got a stepdaughter that she hates. She has an evil wizard mentor that is modeling a less than ideal future if she keeps going down the path she's on. Things are not looking great. She starts trying to beat up a balcony railing to get out some of those feelings and falls. She breaks it. But wait, she's saved. She doesn't fall to her death. She's stopped by a fairy. Her name is Tinkerbell, and she is so cute. It appears I'm officially out of room on the board. Okay, what, like Greg and Tamara are gonna need their spots back? I don't think so. I was 100% convinced that this fairy was played by the same actress that played Willa on Succession for months. It's not. And I looked like a fool when I was talking to my friends, and I should have known because Tinkerbell in this show is so from New Zealand.
If you let it, it will find your happy ending.
My happy ending looks like Snow's head on a plate.
No.
Tinkerbell is like pretty convinced that Regina jumped off that balcony on purpose and is determined to make her less sad by helping her find true love. Even when the blue fairy is being a real hater about it and insisting that Regina cannot be helped because she has an evil mother and an evil wizard mentor, which is super rude. Because why are we defining a woman by the mother that she banished to Wonderland and would later, you know, kill in cold blood, and the teacher that she's actively keeping around and learning from and not doing anything about? That one I'll give you. Tinkerbell steals pixie dust from the blue fairy so that it will lead her and Regina to a tavern that contains her happy ending. Her true love is in there. Regina follows that pixie dust, sees a man outlined by magic, her magically confirmed true love waiting for her at the bar, turned away. She can't see his face, just a tattoo of a lion on his arm. But whoever he is, he's right there. She could leave her loveless marriage. She could abandon her terrible life, cut off the dark one, and find truth and love and happiness. She'd have to change everything, but she could do it in this instant. And she panics. She freezes and she flees. She never goes in. When Tinkerbell finds Regina later to ask how meeting her soulmate went, Regina tries to lie and say the man was awful and the magic was wrong. But Tinkerbell sees through it and is very upset because she stole pixie dust to find him. And now that's all wasted. They end up just yelling at each other. Tinkerbell says she can't believe she thought they were friends. Regina calls her a terrible fairy and demands she leaves the palace. It's high drama. Tinkerbell does leave and is found by the blue fairy, the person she stole the pixie dust from. And as punishment, the blue fairy takes Tinkerbell's wings because she doesn't believe in her anymore. And Tinkerbell is now people-sized, wingless, and alone. You'll never guess who she blames for that? No way. She blames Regina. I thought everybody from the Enchanted Forest had really positive feelings about that guy. Color me shocked. Current Regina is with Emma, Hook, Mary Margaret, and David following their fancy map to Pan. Regina wants to just teleport there, and Hook says she's dumb. And her dumb magic isn't allowed, and it breaks the rules. And then immediately says he should ask his magic friend to do magic instead. He wants to find Tinkerbell, which Regina does not want to do that. They look for the fairy anyway, because who here is ever listening to Regina's opinions? No one in this party. So Regina's in a terrible mood, and she starts sniping at Emma and calling Hook Emma's boyfriend. And listen, we as the audience know that Hook is 100% Emma's new primary love interest. But in canon, Emma confessed her love to Neil 2 days ago as the man fell into a portal. And she still barely acts like she tolerates the pirate most of the time. Regina knows things from on high, I fear. Speaking of Hook, Killian can tell that David is hiding a zombie bite and asks to, get a peek at it. It's clearly poisoned, and Hook gives the diagnosis that David's a goner if they don't fix it in a matter of days. David wants to use Tinkerbell's fairy magic to fix it and is refusing, still, to tell his wife, about his zombie bite. His terminal diagnosis. What happened to the unwavering faith in Snow White that led to faking an Excalibur retrieval? You are dying. You need all the help you can get. They find Tinkerbell's house, and Regina elects to stay outside to give everyone else a chance of actually getting the fairy's help, because Tinkerbell will not be excited to see her, so everyone else goes to Tinkerbell's house, only for Tinkerbell to reveal herself to Regina now that they're alone, and drugs her with magic dust and ties her to a chair in a secondary location? Okay. It wasn't fairy dust that she used. Tinkerbell doesn't have any magic anymore on account of no one believing in her. So Regina just frees herself with magic. And Tinkerbell decides to go for poison instead, knocking a poison arrow at her, immediately moving up from kidnapping to threatening full-on murder. And Regina... This is so hot. Regina pulls out her own heart and offers it to Tinkerbell, asking the fairy to just crush her heart then and there if she really wants her dead. That's just so hot. Oh my God. Handing your own heart to someone to goad them into crushing it, confident you're going to make it out of that encounter? Jesus Christ, Regina, you can't just do that. Tinkerbell doesn't crush her heart, obviously, because Regina admits that she lied about her soulmate because she was afraid to let go of her anger and replace it with love. All she ever had was her anger. She needed it. It was her armor. And if she ever lost it, she would be weak. But now she loves Henry. Really, truly, actually loves Henry. And Tinkerbell can tell. And that love is what saves her here. That's what convinces Tink to hand her back her heart. Unsquooshed. Sometimes I wonder why this show ever shows me anyone that isn't Regina. Tinkerbell joins the group at large to help get them into Pan's camp and save Henry, because while she doesn't have magic, she does have information. Also, she does ask Regina if she ever went back to find that man with the lion tattoo, and then scolds Regina when the answer is no. Because by doing so, Regina has kept both of them from finding their soulmate. Regina needed to feel more guilt right now. I think that's the one thing really missing from the former evil queen's life. The proper amount of guilt. Henry is having adventures with Peter Pan, and by that I mean he's getting hazed. Pan tries to force Henry to William Tell an apple off of Felix's head with a dream shade tipped arrow. And Henry goes along with it, but at the last moment aims directly at Pan's heart. Ready for murder! And Pan just catches the arrow and laughs it off. Takes Henry on a walk to show him something. I love Pan. Pan tells Henry that magic is dying everywhere, in every world, and that Henry is going to be the one to save it. Henry claims he doesn't believe Pan, but we have talked before about how telling Henry he needs to save someone or something is absolutely his kryptonite. He wants to be a hero so bad. Pan says that Henry reminds him of Balefire, his dad. In case you forgot, they've all got so many names. And then hands Henry a little rolled up paper and leaves. It's a picture of Henry's face. It's the portrait that Pan has had for centuries of the boy he's looking for that's going to have the heart of the truest believer. It is proof that it is Henry they were looking for the whole time. And this is where we start to lose our boy a little bit. I don't blame him, okay? He's 11, and someone told him that it's his job to save the world and showed him something that he can see and understand as definitive proof. I would probably lose it a little bit too. And Neil is having adventures. He's out here trying to make my life easier and get everyone into the same dimension. Because he's considerate like that. Neil Balefire is still with Mulan and Robin Hood in his dad's old castle. And it is a real shame that Neil never got to live in his dad's cool castle. The Dark One obtained the Dark Castle after Balefire kind of bounced. But it seems nice. And Merry Man, Little John, brings Robin Hood's son Roland in to say hello. Roland is like 5. He's little. And Neil takes one look at this kid and starts making schemes. Neil's plan is to lure the Shadow that, if you'd recall, stole Wendy Darling away while he was staying with them, and then tried to steal one of the baby darlings, but Neil took their place, and that's how he got to Neverland. That Shadow. The Shadow that professionally steals children away to Neverland. Are you catching on to his scheme? Yeah, he wants to use the 4-year-old as bait. He wants to use Roland to lure the Shadow so he can pull the same stunt he did as a kid, hitching a ride from a failed kidnapping back to Neverland. And Robin Hood agrees. What a stand-up guy. Robin Hood, your wife is dead. Your only family left to you is your son. And you're going to let the son of a guy who once tortured you for days risk that kid's life for the chance it'll give that guy the chance to be with his own family again. Good dude. A little reckless, maybe, but good dude. It works. Mulan gets everyone into position. Roland says, I believe, to an open window while everyone hides. They get the kid pulled out of the way. Neil grabs the Shadow, and off they go. Roland is safe, and Robin Hood offers Mulan a place in his merry men, which sounds great, but Mulan says she has someone she needs to talk to. Neil made a whole little speech before he got consensually kidnapped about how important it is to say that you love someone when you love them, not to keep it in. And it clearly has her spiraling. Mulan goes to Philip and Aurora's palace, where Aurora finds her in the garden. Mulan and Aurora both have something very important to tell the other, and Mulan, graciously, lets Aurora say her thing first. Good news, Mulan! Aurora is pregnant. Her and Philip are having a baby. Aren't you excited? Aren't you so happy for your best friend? Mulan does manage to say that she's happy for Aurora. And then she says her important thing, definitely the thing she was going to say the whole time, she didn't change her mind just now, is that she's leaving forever to join Robin Hood's merry men. And she leaves Aurora there without ever saying what she came there to say. And then I cry. Aurora has 2 hands, Mulan. 2 hands. That boring man can't possibly be taking both of them. You can have the other one. At least try. Mulan does go to join the merry men. Robin Hood welcomes her to the team, sleeves rolled up, beautiful arms exposed, revealing a lion tattoo. That's Regina's soulmate. This absolutely beautiful, perfect man who loves kids and believes in redemption. She could have had him this whole time. Regina, you are truly your own worst enemy. Oh, I'm so sorry. Neil gets to Neverland. He's immediately found by Felix, who taunts him, saying Pan's gonna be so happy to see him. No one ever lets this man breathe for a single second, ever. Felix ties Neil up and marches him back towards camp, and he's taunting Neil the whole time, saying that Neil grew up stupid because he thinks he's gonna get his kid back from Pan. He should know better. It feels like Neil was a lost boy just yesterday. Yada, yada, yada. Neil unties his own wrists and knocks Felix unconscious. Booyah. And we'll come back to current Neil in a moment, because the show hands us a Balefire Rumpelstiltskin backstory flashback, and those are always juicy. 14-year-old Balefire! His dad's an evil wizard. He hates that his dad's an evil wizard. You'll remember 14-year-old Balefire from such hits as "Please don't turn that man into a snail, Dad," and "I'm literally leaving this plane of existence just so I won't have to live with an evil wizard anymore." He's an icon. Rumpelstiltskin tries to give Balefire a fancy knife, but the child knows he got it by being awful to someone, so he won't take it. Balefire accuses his father of not trusting him and of not letting him make friends, and the Dark One responds by saying he'll build Balefire a castle, and there's nothing more important than his safety. Thanks, Dad, that's not what I said. You're ruining my social life. Some other night, Rumpelstiltskin comes home to find Balefire missing. Gone. So he casts a locator spell and follows it to a nearby town where many children have gone missing, following a song that only they could hear. None of the adults can hear it at all. It's being played by some Pied Piper, they're calling him. However, Rumpelstiltskin can hear the song. It's just all of the children and Rumpelstiltskin. Rumpelstiltskin tracks down the Pied Piper and finds a group of young boys all dancing in big masks around a fire, and he can't figure out which one is his son, so he starts causing a scene. He breaks the Piper's flute in half and starts shouting his demands, and the Piper turns out to be Peter Pan! God forbid anyone in this house just fulfills one fairy tale role. The two recognize each other and seem a little confused to be faced with the other man, but Pan still starts monologuing about his evil plans, saying that until now, children have only been able to visit Neverland in their dreams, but now he's come to take children back to the island for keepsies. He's doing this by playing a song that can only be heard by the lost, the lonely, and those who feel unloved. And that's why Balefire can hear it. And that's why Rumpelstiltskin can hear it. And that's when Peter Pan also spontaneously decides to call his kidnapped children the Lost Boys. It's real cheesy.
You're nothing more than an unloved, lonely, lost boy. Hey, I like the sound of that. That's what I'll call my new group of friends. The Lost Boys.
Pan starts taunting Rumpelstiltskin about how Balefire probably will choose to leave Rumpelstiltskin behind, just like Mila did. Just like Rumpelstiltskin's father did. Just really bringing out a lot of sad personal details into this conversation. Pan tries to make a deal with Rumpelstiltskin that he'll just plainly offer the choice to Balefire to go with Pan or stay with his father. And if Balefire chooses to stay with Rumpelstiltskin, then Pan will never bother him again. Rumpelstiltskin does not take that chance. Instead, the Dark One finds his son and teleports them home. Balefire's pretty upset that his dad just took him from his cool new friend, Peter Pan. But Rumpelstiltskin tells Balefire the truth about Pan, things we didn't know about Pan yet either. Rumpelstiltskin says that he and Peter Pan were very close when he was growing up, but that Pan somehow betrayed him and now lives in Neverland, where he's immortal and young forever. He won't tell Bay any more than that, but Balefire admits that Pan let him know about the deal that Pan offered Rumpelstiltskin, and Balefire is beyond hurt that his father didn't trust that he would choose to stay with him, because he would choose his dad every time if his dad just said that's what he wanted. Daddy issues, daddy issues. I feel like I need a bell for every time we hammer home daddy issues or mommy issues with these people. Daddy issues alert. Okay, modern Neverland. Neil just knocked out Felix Boom Pow. Mr. Gold is still out here hallucinating Belle. He's painting fun patterns on himself with Dream Shade, a deadly poison. He's talking about how he has nothing to live for anymore, and the only thing left for him to do is sacrifice himself for Henry. Basically, he's having a normal one. Standard Wednesday. He goes to storm Pan's camp, knocking out a couple of lost boys, and moving to attack a figure in the trees, except it's Neil. It's his boy, alive, and they're both so confused to be faced with each other. And now they're a little team. They catch each other up on what's been going on. Gold announces his intention to die. And then Neil starts picking up pretty shells from the shoreline. He picks up a conch shell, blows into it, summoning a squid, a giant squid from the depths of the sea, and then kills it with a spear. Like that was a series of events we should have all seen coming. You know Neil. Always summoning giant sea creatures to hunt them for sport. Neil's plan is to use squid ink to restrain and depower Pan. You all remember that squid ink is the #1 weapon against magic users. I assume it's very consistent. Obviously. Gold confirms he can provide Neil with a clean shot on Pan, and they agree that that's all they need to get Henry back. 1 clean shot. Honestly, I love this energy for them. They're good together in a crisis. There's a big party at Pan's camp where everyone is dancing, but Henry can't hear the music. That's right. He does not feel lost, lonely, or unloved. That's my baby. That's my son. Felix reports to Pan that Neil's gone and their sentries have been magicked, so our hero's cover's a little bit blown. Mr. Gold magics everyone at the camp unconscious, except for Pan. Gold teleports right in front of Pan, who's already taunting him about abandoning Neil, when Neil appears from the trees with a crossbow, and he shoots Pan, and Pan catches the arrow, just like he did when Henry shot him earlier. It's a thing he's apparently just an expert at, but Neil didn't put the squid ink on the tip of the arrow. He knows Pan's games. He put the squid ink on the shaft of the arrow where Pan likes to show off and catch projectiles fired at him with deadly intent. So Pan is paralyzed. It doesn't stop him from telling Neil about a prophecy that has to do with Henry and Gold as they walk away. Neil, you should really ask your dad for some details. Don't listen to that guy. Come on. They get Henry out of there, still asleep. He'll wake up naturally in a little while. Apparently it's unsafe to wake him up early. But Neil starts yelling at his dad because Gold won't answer any of his questions and also won't stop calling him Balefire. And Neil hates it so bad. So Gold gives in and tells Neil the truth. That a seer prophesies that a boy would help Gold find Neil again someday, but that boy would be Gold's undoing. He also admits that his initial plan was to kill that boy to avoid that fate, but obviously that isn't his plan anymore. But man, what a bad thing to say to that boy's father. Are you not a father that would tear the world apart for your boy, my man? Why are you so bad at this? Neil decides he can't trust Gold, that even if they do get back to Maine safe, there's always a chance that Gold is going to turn on his son. So he holds his dad's hand and tells him about a bunch of his feelings of abandonment and rage and pulls away, revealing there was squid ink in his palm, and now Gold is paralyzed. Neil throws Henry over his shoulder, carries him away, saying he's going to go find the rest of the team, and they'll all be safer without Gold anyway. Yeesh. Neil does find the freshly abandoned camp from the rest of the crew, but gets ambushed by Pan and Felix and the rest of them. Felix takes Henry. Pan taunts Neil about how there's no way out of Neverland, and Neil's obviously like, that's a very objectively funny thing to say to the guy who escaped Neverland. And Pan just laughs at him and is like, it's because I let you leave all those years ago. So, yeah, I mean, I guess he did. We're supposed to believe he did let Neil leave. It feels like a weird mind game, but I think canonically that is what happened, is Pan let him leave. The other Lost Boys drag Neil away as he screams for Henry. They bring him to their camp and lock him in a little cage. Henry wakes up saying that he dreamed about his dad calling for him, which is weird because His dad is dead, as far as he's aware. And Pan says that soon Henry will stop dreaming about things he can't have. You know, things like a family, other silly, frivolous things you don't need and don't even really want. And then Pan starts playing his little flute. And now, spontaneously, Henry can hear the music, and he joins in the dance. Disgusting. Get away from my son. Camera pan, camera zoom, enhance. Emma, Hook, Regina, Mary Margaret, David, and Tinkerbell go over their plans to get into Pan's camp. Tink insists that they need an exit plan. So I'm like, great. A reasonable adult has joined the group. And then she busts out a watch she took off Tamara's body and complains that Greg's body was too destroyed to loot anything good from it. So now I'm lost without an adult in the group again. Is the reasonable adult here Emma Swan? Everyone else is centuries old. And she's the grown-up? No one comes up with an exit plan, so Tink just fully goes home because they can't get off the island without Pan's permission, and she's not about to risk her life for these mostly strangers and Regina. So the gang looks for Neil's old hideout. Hook starts bullying David about how he needs to tell his wife that he's poisoned and dying. Don't forget about that, by the way. David is currently poisoned and dying and just not telling anyone about it at all. And Hook only knows because he figured it out right after it happened. So David is now not telling anyone for a new reason because he believes there's no chance to save him because his one plan was Tinkerbell. And she doesn't have any magic, so she can't help this guy. This guy! They find the sad cave that Neil used to live in. And it's covered in sad drawings, including drawings of the Darling family and reminders over which directions are port and starboard from when Hook taught him on the Jolly Roger. Every day I cry, actually. Hook mentions that Neil got his love of drawing from Mila. That pirate loved that woman so bad. He loved that 14-year-old boy who dragged himself onto his pirate ship so bad. He and Emma just stand around sad about 14-year-old Balefire for a little bit. And then Emma finds a hollowed out, cut in half coconut. The bottom half holds a candle and the top half is covered in little holes. And when they light the candle and they cover it, it creates a star map on the ceiling of the cave. Oh, a star map? The thing that Hook taught him how to use? Hook taught him how to navigate by the stars. Balefire adopted that pirate as his new dad. So fast. He held on to every word he said. He wrote reminders about where port and starboard were in his sad boy cave, so he would never forget it, even though he thought Hook betrayed him and stole his mom. I cannot think about the ways that Hook and Neil's storylines and characters interact for too long because it makes me too crazy. The map is also shrouded in code, though, so Hook can't read it. Only Neil could. And Emma is furious because that means, as far as she knows, the only person who can read it is dead. He isn't, but she doesn't know that, and she's mad because she can't yell at Neil about it, and she can't tell him that she's scared, and she can't tell him that as soon as she saw him again, she knew she'd never stopped loving him. That's what 10 years without closure does to you, I guess. After Emma goes off on this tangent, David tells Mary Margaret that if he ever dies, he wants her to move on. And she's like, don't worry, that'll never happen, and then goes back to worrying about how she doesn't know how to comfort her own daughter. These two. Across the island, Henry makes a lost boyfriend named Devin and learns he can turn a stick into a sword with the power of his imagination. And then he uses that sword to injure his friend Devin in the face, while Pan hypes him up and tells him never back down, never give up, never apologize. It's a real normal one over there. Henry fully, intentionally slashes his sword at this boy and then claims it was an accident when the boy gets a face wound. Like, you can say you didn't mean for him to get hurt. What you were doing was not accidental, dude. Captain Hook, backstory. Captain Hook, backstory. He was once in the military. He was a straight-edge buzzkill. Lieutenant Killian Jones. And the captain of his ship, the Jewel of the Realm, was his older brother Liam. Oh, the brother we've never heard of? I bet this backstory flashback goes really well for him. Anyway, they've got a mission to go on for the king. Which king? I don't know. They sure don't say. He's sending them to Neverland, though. Okay, and he gave them a fancy feathered sail made from the last feathers of the Pegasus. Okay, so now they can fly. Sure, the pirate ship is flying, and that's how they're going to get to Neverland. Fine. The Joneses leave their ship in Neverland and immediately, like the moment they're off the ship, run into Pan. And they're looking for Dreamshade because the king told them that that was a plant that could heal any illness. Pan tells them otherwise. He thinks it's very funny that they have the wrong information. And Killian seems absolutely flabbergasted at the idea that a military would ever use poison as a weapon. Like, he doesn't believe that's what the king wants it for. Pan does direct them to where the Dreamshade is, but Hook refuses to collect it because he only wants to ever fight fair. Liam, his older brother, fully doesn't believe that the Dreamshade is poison, and then slices his arm open with the plant to prove it. He waits 2 seconds before starting to do the I told you so song and dance, gloating to his little brother. And then 6 seconds after that, he drops dead. And his last words are, "I'm sorry, brother." That is so unnecessary. Pan teleports into the scene, taunts Hook for a second, and then shows him this magic spring that keeps everyone on the island young forever and could cure any illness. But Pan warns, all magic comes with a price. But obviously, Killian collects the water and feeds it to Liam, saying he is willing to pay any price at all. They fly out of Neverland, planning to expose the king for this grievous crime of wanting to use poison in a fantasy war, and Liam instantly succumbs to the Dreamshade, as that magic spring only empowers youth and healing in those in Neverland. So it doesn't work after you leave. That's the price. You can get healed, but you're stuck. Hook turns his military crew into pirates over the course of one rousing speech. What can I say? He's a charismatic gentleman. Okay, back to Balefire's Sad Boy Cave. They can't read Neil's maps, his star map coconut that he's left for them, but they do find a wall covered in tally marks. Mary Margaret says that's how many days Neil was trapped here. And Emma comes in with, that's how many days before he lost hope. Thanks, Emma, for bringing down the vibe, as always. So Mary Margaret decides that they need to send a message to Henry before he loses hope too, and then she runs out of the cave to start on her plan. But Hook stays back to try and comfort Emma. She's not feeling it. And that just leaves Hook and David in there. And David tells that pirate he's no good for David's daughter. Not for David's little girl. I'll actually never get sick of David acting like he has any right to guide Emma's life in romantic prospects. Like him acting like a stereotypical protective dad over his daughter that is his age, that he just met. It's peak comedy to me. Snow's idea, by the way, is to make a rope trap to trap a lost boy, and then after they've got one, they can just convince them to betray Pan's secrets. Should be easy. So David and Hook go to get more vines to make more ropes for their rope trap. David is still dying from poison, but Hook knows how to save him. David tries to say it'd be so selfish to save him, though. It would divert from the mission. And then David, dying from poison, tries to start a fist fight against a pirate for his daughter's honor. And he passes out instead. And Hook is like, dude, you literally have hours left to live. Is this how you want to spend it? Hook tells David that at the top of Dead Man's Peak is a sextant left behind by Killian and Liam the last time they were here that could decode Neil's star map. So now David's decided that's how he's going to spend his last few hours alive, looking for that sextant. So Hook and David are going to go to Dead Man's Peak by themselves. David does some very conspicuous goodbyes and good lucks, asking Emma to, tell Henry that Grandpa loves him and hinting to Mary Margaret that, anything could go wrong. Regina also walks so far out of David's way. as soon as he starts giving hugs. It's very funny. It's just in the background, but she is so consciously making a circle so he doesn't even see her. Like, babe, I don't think you're at risk of getting a hug. Mary Margaret, Regina, and Emma catch themselves a lost boy. It's Devin. He's not interested in their offers to get him home, but he is delighted to let them know that that beautiful new face wound was gifted to him by Henry. They tie Devin to the tree, and when Emma, strangling him, doesn't get the information that they want, Emma lets Regina rip out the kid's heart. Is fully supportive of the plan. Mary Margaret hates it, but Regina's so excited. And she gets what she wanted. Devin is now in Regina's control, and she can give him half of a little magic mirror. Not like the magic mirror, not like Sydney, but it's a magical mirror. It's different. So that they can actually see Henry again instead of just passing along a message. Back at the Lost Boys camp, Devin delivers the message to Henry as Regina puppets him that his family is there and shows them in the little magical mirror. Henry thinks it's a trick at first, but eventually does believe it, and he breaks the magical mirror to keep Pan from finding out. But now, the boys got hope. If you could believe it, Hook and David are not bonding well. David wants Hook to lie and invent like a heroic death for him, and Hook just wants David to not willingly succumb to his own death.
I had a brother too, you know, twin. He died before I ever met him. And the two of you, I can barely stomach one. Well, you would have liked him. He was a thief and a liar.
Hook ascends Dead Man's Peak so he can throw a rope down to David, but Pan finds him up there and offers Hook passage off the island. And he can even take Emma, just Emma though, if Hook will work for him again. No specific tasks outlined, just dirty work at some point in the future. And to prove that Hook's on his team, Pan wants Hook to kill David before the poison gets to him. And he wants to see the hook inside of David's body explicitly, like he says that. That's a weird thing to say. Anyway, that's what he wants as proof. David overheard this exchange, and once they're at the top and they find that dream shade, he threatens Hook with his sword. And it turns out Hook did lie about the sextant. There is no sextant. He brought David here for the healing water that Liam got all those many years ago. And he actually even warns David that if he drinks the water, he'll be trapped in Neverland. Like, open and honest communication, no secrets, no tricks. Has Hook become the healthiest communicator of the team? Because that's so sad. That can't be our emotional intelligence MVP. Captain Hook? Hook and David return to home team. David makes out with Mary Margaret. Emma and Regina both loudly complain about it. Hook claims that Pan found the sextant before they did, and David tells a story about how Hook saved his life from an imaginary Lost Boy ambush and then takes Hook's flask so everyone can have a celebratory drink from it. Thank you so much for saving my life. Give us your alcohol? David, that's weird. Emma thanks Hook for saving David's life. They flirt a bunch about it, and then they smooch about it. Hook loves it. Emma says it'll never happen again and immediately puts him to work. But Hook has to stay back and do some deep breathing exercises and touch his lips with no small amount of yearning. And then Pan teleports into the scene and taunts him about kissing Emma and taunts him about Neil being here and alive on Neverland. But are you going to tell Emma? Are you really a man of honor? You going to tell her that her whatever Neil is to her is here and alive? But let's get rid of all that. We need to introduce an entirely new fairy tale character. Ariel! You know, the mermaid, not the big one. The other one. Oh, I'm out of space. Oh, where do we put Ariel? Okay. You know who doesn't need their space anymore? Daniel. You know who is taking Daniel's space? Mr. Hood. Sort of right on top there. Perfect, and then Ariel can take that spot in the corner. I never crossed out Mila. Sorry, Mila. Okay, so, in the way past, in the enchanted forest, Snow White makes a desperate play to get away from the Evil Queen's men and jumps into the sea, off a cliff, and is saved by a mermaid, Ariel. You've heard of her before. I imagine. Ariel saved a prince a year ago, Eric, and she wants more than anything to find him again. She wants to attend a big ocean-themed ball that will be happening that very night to get to him, and even already has magic at her disposal to make her fishtail into legs. Mermaids can just do that every year at the point of the highest tide, but only for 12 hours, and then they go fishtail again. And this is a gift granted to them by Ursula, the goddess of the sea. So why do we need Snow White for this venture? Because it seems like Ariel has this handled. Actually, I do love flashback Snow White when it's not her and David learning the same lesson over and over and over again. I'm happy to see her again. Can we keep her? I don't need that wobbly 5th grade teacher back. Whatever, Snow White agrees to help. Not that Ariel needs it. I think Ariel just wants emotional support for this, which I do get. They go to a ball, and the dresses do not hit. For as much as I can and have talked about how I enjoy the costuming on this show, this is maybe the first time I've looked at an entire crowd and gone, oh no. They're all wearing like knee-length homecoming dresses, and Snow's looks so Mary Margaret, let's call it. Her dress looks so Mary Margaret. Ariel's would actually be really cute if it was floor length, but it's not. Ariel finds Eric at the party. They bond. They have so much in common. They both want to see the world and explore and discover, and Eric invites Ariel to join him on his ship in the morning when he sets sail for adventure. It is her one chance. She's conflicted. She doesn't want to tell Eric the truth about her mermaid status and maybe dissuade him from his dreams. He's so nice and understanding and perfect for her. So she goes to ask Ursula, the sea goddess, for guidance. And Ursula looks a lot like Regina. It's actually hilarious that Regina is doing this. I cackled when I saw this for the first time. I love it. It is so silly. Regina Mills, my absolute beloved. Ursula gives Ariel a deal, a magic bracelet that she'll need to put on to Snow White, which will then give Snow White a mermaid tail and let Ariel keep her legs. Tradesies, basically. Ariel is so down because she knows that Snow White is trying to hide away from someone on land, and what better way to escape a land pursuer than by living underwater forever? So she takes the bracelet and slaps it on Snow White without explaining first. And then Regina shows up to gloat. Snow White can't remove the bracelet, it's enchanted, but Ariel can. Snow White does try to be the martyr and die as a mermaid at Regina's hands, so Ariel can be with her true love, but obviously that doesn't happen. Ariel removes Snow White's bracelet and then takes them both into the water, away from Regina. Ariel goes to tell Eric the truth, but he's already leaving, and moreover, when she tries to call out to him, she cannot. Regina has taken her voice from her out of, I guess, spite, pure pettiness. And then Regina goes home, where the real Ursula, the real sea goddess Ursula, shows up in her magic mirror to threaten her and be very upset that Regina was doing dress-em-ups and impersonating her to her followers. That's hilarious. Get her. Get her. In Neverland, Regina is giving Emma magic lessons. I once again stare at these two very intently. I am watching them. I am looking.
You're such a pathetic waste of ability.
And you're a monster.
Smell that?
What?
Smoke.
Regina's trying to teach Emma how to harness her anger and use her rage, and it's just so is the thing, you know? Behind them, Hook shows up and immediately tells David and Mary Margaret that Neil is alive, and David agrees they should not tell Emma right now because she won't take it well. And then Mary Margaret tells Emma instantly, okay. Regina up and leaves the group because she knows these assholes are all about to divert every resource into getting Neil, and she's actually here for her son. Thank you. Mr. Gold, I feel like we haven't talked about him in a long time. Mr. Gold is trying to use his seer powers to see the future somewhere else on this godforsaken island, but apparently Neverland is see the future proof. Sure. Why not? Instead, Pan teleports into the scene and starts taunting him. That's all this boy does. He teleports into someone's space and bothers them, and honestly, it does sound fun. unfortunately. They make it clear that they both know that Pan can't die without Gold dying as well, which is new information to us. And they just say it like it's gospel. Okay. Pan goes on about how Balefire will never forgive Rumpelstiltskin for abandoning him, the same way Rumpelstiltskin never forgave his own father. And then he offers Gold a way off the island. Here's permission off the island. You can just go back and play house with Belle forever. Just leave your son and grandson with me. Which is, of course, when that vision of Belle reappears to try and tempt him into taking that offer. But that vision does not last long because Regina shows up and does a murder about it, revealing that Belle is actually Pan's shadow and has been the whole time, just trying to manipulate Gold. So now we've got the dream team, baby, Regina and Gold, alone together with no adult supervision, ready to save Henry by any means necessary. And apparently, to kill Pan and save Henry without sacrificing Gold, they'll need something that Gold has back at the pawn shop, but they have no way to cross realms right now. So they'll need someone else's help. They go to the lair of the giant squid we saw earlier with Neil, and Regina summons Ariel. She summons Ariel. She can just do that. They're going to send Ariel to Storybrooke and dangle the promise of Legs and Eric in front of her to get her there. Jesus Christ. Regina just gives Ariel her voice back and a bracelet that'll give her legs for 24 hours, and they ship her off to Storybrooke with a sand dollar for Belle. Mermaids can just swim between realms, by the way. Gold kind of just says they can do that in one line. Okay. So Regina left Team Good Guy and Hook back in the jungles of Neverland on their Save Neil mission. And Emma admits to her mom that she kissed Captain Hook. And honestly, I'm getting really sad thinking about how in season 1, Emma and Mary Margaret were just best friends. And they did best friend things and they talked about best friend stuff. Because Emma could really use a best friend right now. And instead she has to go to the person that is desperately trying to parent her far too late. Let them be best friends. Or maybe don't, because if Snow tries to talk about her own boy problems, she'd be telling Emma about her dad, and that's no good. Maybe we just get Emma a new best friend. The scenario I'm about to explain to you is so fanfiction. That's my best word for it. So David, Mary Margaret, Emma, and Hook follow their trail to Neil, and it ends at the Echo Caves, a place where, to get Neil back, they will need to reveal their deepest secrets to each other. What? Neil is trapped in his little cage on one stone platform in the middle of, like, an abyss. So to get to him, they need to create a path of more platforms by admitting their secrets out loud. This is so... All right. Big secrets. Hook's secret that he admits is that when he kissed Emma, it gave him hope that he could finally get over Mila and accept new love into his heart. A very sad thing to say. Mary Margaret's secret is that while she loves and respects and is so proud of Emma, she feels like she never got to be a mom, and she wants another baby. Horrific. Don't say that in front of Emma. Pick a new secret. That one's bad, and I don't like it. You should not have another baby right now. Maybe ever. David's secret is the truth about his poisonous injury and the truth about the cure that he took, and he's now stuck and he can't leave Neverland, which does put a damper on Mary Margaret's hopes and dreams. Emma's secret, though, that she says right to Neil's face as the final secret that will unlock the little cage he's in, is that she will probably always love Neil in some way, but that she really and truly hoped he was actually dead, because it would be easier to put him behind her than to face him again and either return to what they had or redefine their relationship and relive all of those feelings. Oh my God. If I want another baby because you don't fill the child role in my life is the worst thing you could say to Emma, forever foster child Swan, then it would be more convenient if I could leave you behind and never think of you again, is the worst thing you could say to Neil, personified abandonment issues Cassidy. These people are awful for each other. I'm obsessed with them. Neil's out of the cage, woo! So the energy at camp isn't, good, but Neil does have a plan. It's to capture the Shadow, because the Shadow can fly them out of Neverland. It flew him in. So Emma, Hook, and Neil go together to hunt down the Shadow. A hilarious trio to stick together right now. Don't do that. Also because that leaves David and Mary Margaret to go to Tinkerbell and give her a heads up of the plan. And Mary Margaret is very maturely pretending that her magic-confirmed true love doesn't exist at all. She's not happy about the hiding the zombie bite thing. In Neil's old hideout cave, Hook genuinely thanks Neil for being so cool about the fact that he and Emma kissed. Neil did not know that Hook and Emma kissed. Emma had not revealed the nature of their relationship to Neil, so now they're both sad. Good convo, boys. Emma returns with Neil's star map they were trying to decode, where Neil informs them that it isn't a star map, it's just a magic coconut. I guess?
Coconut. You daft.
You came to Neverland on a pirate ship through a portal, but you draw the line on a magic coconut?
Oh, fair enough.
And they're going to take it to a place called the Dark Hollow and use it to trap the Shadow. To cut through some vines, Emma hands Neil the knife that used to be Neil's from the Jolly Roger that Hook gave to her. And Neil's super annoyed that Hook is out here giving gifts to Emma, and even more, giving Neil's old things away as gifts to Emma. Like, I'd be mad on two fronts, right? Like, hey, please don't give sentimental gifts to the mother of my child that I may be trying to get back with. And also, hey, pseudo-father figure, please don't take the gifts you gave me back when we trusted each other and re-gift them to other people. What the hell? Hook and Neil fight over a lighter to both try and look cool in front of Emma, and instead they lose their lighter. Good job, boys. Shadows attack them, and Emma has to do everything herself around here. She uses her magic to light the fire and the little candle in the coconut, then traps the Shadow in there. And then Neil has to confront the fact that Emma does magic now, because would you believe the guy with a lot of magician-based trauma doesn't love that. Sucks for him. I think it's sexy of her. Also, Emma tells both of them that they almost fucked up everything and that her priority is Henry over anything else. She shames them for their actions, as she should. And Neil agrees that Henry has to come first because Neil loves his son. Neil wants to be a good dad more than he wants to be with Emma again, and he just hasn't realized it yet. I will stand by that. David and Mary Margaret yell at each other for a while until Mary Margaret says she would gladly stay behind in Neverland with David. She would go anywhere as long as they were together and they hug and make up. I don't want to subject you to any more of that than I have to. You can already picture all of it. I know it. They meet up with Emma, Hook, and Neil at Tink's place. Tinkerbell recognizes Neil, calls him Bae when she sees him, which is wild because he looks so different. But sure, Tinkerbell knows Neil. That does make sense. And now they have an actual plan. So Tinkerbell is willing to help them out. Hell yeah, let's go! Henry is still having his own adventures, of course. Pan knows someone left the island. He knows there's shenanigans afoot. So he starts pushing in on Henry. He asks if the child would like to accompany him to some secondary location with a scroll. And Henry's like, I firmly believe you have my family captive on this island somewhere and that you're doing really weird shit every time you go to the jungle by yourself. And when Pan doesn't give him an answer he likes, Henry just stomps into the woods. This does allow Henry to eavesdrop on Pan. When Pan tells Felix to travel across the island and secretly deliver supplies, so Henry does what Henry does, he goes to play hero. And he follows Felix. Following Felix brings him to a girl, sick and coughing in a bed. This is Wendy, darling. And she tells Henry that the magic of Neverland is fading and that she's greatly affected by it for reasons even she doesn't understand, like why it's so much worse for her. She also says that Henry looks like Balefire, which is very sweet. But no, he doesn't. Wendy knew 14-year-old Balefire. You'll recall she was his family. She convinces Henry to leave her be in case he gets sick too. But Henry promises to come back for her before he leaves Neverland when he goes, because that's our little hero. That's my boy. Anyway, Pan comes in to congratulate Wendy on her very convincing performance and then sends her back to the cage she lives in. Jesus Christ. But Henry goes back to camp and forces Pan to, admit that Wendy is dying of Neverland fading disease. But Pan says, don't worry, we can save her. Just come with me to this secondary location with a special scroll, Henry. That thing I was already trying to get you to do this whole time is actually the answer to saving Wendy. Obviously, come along, child. They go to Skull Rock, where the person with the heart of the truest believer must make some sort of sacrifice. And Pan assures Henry that this is going to save magic and save Neverland and save Wendy and save everybody. You're going to be a hero, Henry. We have to go back to Storybrooke now because Ariel went to Storybrooke. I feel like I haven't seen Maine in years. Like, I'm worried I won't know those guys anymore. I've been so lost in this jungle. Oh my God, it's Leroy. We get to see Leroy again? Never mind. Hell yeah, let's go to Maine. So Gold gave Belle a protection spell before he left, warning her that other people would be coming to Storybrooke. The dwarves helped Belle find a vein of fairy dust, and Mother Superior tells Belle to believe in herself and cast the spell. Belle's never cast magic before, by the way. They're letting her do this very important cloaking spell as her first ever magic. And it works, but however, before the shield is active, a car speeds into Storybrooke, getting clipped by the spell as it enters, but still making it inside. More outsiders in our beloved Maine. Now, in our current time, which is literally only 5 days after our A-team left and the shield went up, Ariel just shows up on the beach, interrupting our dwarves having a pleasant beach day, and asks for someone named Belle, if they wouldn't mind. And unbeknownst to Ariel, unbeknownst to Leroy, they're being spied on by 2 random men. We're here to find out what she's up to. They were the ones with the car. Belle is getting some impromptu therapy from Archie in the diner, and then here come the dwarves with a beleaguered mermaid in tow. And Ariel hands over that sand dollar that Gold gave her. I mentioned it once. And she and Belle go hunting in the pawn shop to find what Gold needs. The sand dollar makes a, hologram projection of Gold, saying he needs an item from the shop, but he won't say what it is because Belle should just know because they have true love or whatever. This guy, okay. Belle goes for the chipped teacup, obs, because that's the symbol of their love, and her doing that reveals a separate secret hiding place. Gold is the funniest man alive. Why does he set things up like this? How many layers of paranoia must you experience to think this way? Pandora's box is in there. It's a little box with some steampunk gears and Alpha and Omega symbols on it. The 2 strange men bust in, threaten them with guns, and tie them to chairs. Ariel's never seen a gun before, so this is very confusing for her, but she is down to follow Belle's lead and stay safe. The strangers, it turns out, are working for Pan, knowingly. They know it's Pan they're working for. It's not like Greg and Tamara. And it is their mission to make sure that Gold's mission fails, whatever it is he's trying to do. So they can't let that box get to Neverland. Instead, they grab it from the ladies, and they decide they're going to destroy it with dwarven pickaxes, which might have worked if they weren't really bad at tying women to chairs. Because Belle and Ariel just get out of there. Belle confronts the strangers, and they tell her that they have to do this because Pan has their sister, that he's had their sister for over a century, and that his magic is keeping them alive so they can work for him from this other realm because he has their sister as leverage. If they don't help him, he'll kill her. If they manage to stop Gold for good, he'll let their sister go. Sister, you might be thinking. Sister held captive for over a century. You don't mean? I do mean. This is John Darling and Michael Darling, Wendy Darling's younger brothers, except for how they're adults now, and she's like 15 forever. And Belle convinces them they can defeat Pan once and for all, and none of them will ever have to be afraid of him again. And Ariel takes the box back to Neverland. Okay, so are the Darlings, from our dimension? Because I guess in my brain, the Darlings were from a similar dimension to ours, but still a different realm. But John and Michael being here, to me, implies this is where they always were. Pan just kept them there so that they could help. So that means Neil landed in our dimension twice, which is a little wild. I mean, I guess it makes sense if he was thinking the second time he left that he wanted to go back to where the Darlings were from. I guess that tracks. I don't know. I want to know. Is there a missing persons report for Balefire from the 1800s? Are the Darling parents just out there? Dead now, but when they were alive? Just in actual England, down 4 entire kids, including Balefire? What a tragedy they lived. I want to know. Ariel brings the box back to Mr. Gold, interrupting a conversation where Regina apparently realizes for the first time that Gold actually loves Belle, and Gold points out that Regina's just jealous that he has someone like that. Ouch. Ariel also passes on the information that Wendy Darling is being held prisoner here somewhere, and Belle loved Gold very much. And then she goes back to Storybrooke to look for Eric. Bye, Ariel. It was good to see you. Very confused about how you just swim between realms. It feels like it'd be a real overpowered ability in a show like this. And like maybe something we would have heard about before. Whatever. We meet Rumpelstiltskin's dad. His name is Malcolm. And you named your kid, whatever. So Malcolm is scamming people with cards in a seedy little tavern, getting robbed when people get mad that he's scamming them with cards in a seedy little tavern, generally being a great dad to his very young son nearby. Baby Rumpelstiltskin is played by the same actor who played Stanley Uris, young Stan Uris in It 2017, and he's doing a very silly little voice. It's absolutely perfect.
What if there was some place we could start over? Somewhere where no one knew you.
Rumpel's dad tries to just drop him off and leave him with a couple of elderly spinsters, like literally women that are spinning thread. And when Rumpel doesn't love that, his dad gives him a little doll. The same little doll that was used to taunt him in modern-day Neverland. And then his dad fucking leaves him there to go get a real job. What a guy. It turns out baby Rumpelstiltskin is like a spinning prodigy, and the presumably lesbian couple that he's been left with are so proud of him, and they love him, and they support him. And they also instantly offer him a magic bean that he could use to leave the realm and get a new start somewhere where no one knows how bad his dad sucks, because his father will always be his burden. Whoa, he's like 8. Come on. Rumpelstiltskin finds his dad scamming people with cards in the pub again, proving that, yeah, his dad really does suck and they do need to get out of here. Rumpel's dad wants to sell the magic bean for money, but Rumpelstiltskin insists it's their only chance to get a fresh start and be a real family. And eventually his dad agrees they can go to Neverland, a place that he used to visit in his dreams after Malcolm's father sold him to a blacksmith as a child. So the whole family's got daddy issues. It's genetic. They end up in Neverland where they can make anything real just by believing it. Rumpelstiltskin's dad even insists they can fly, but when he tries to fly, he falls directly on his face. They don't have pixie dust, obviously, so they go hunting for pixie dust. And Malcolm does find pixie dust and state his wish to fly up in the very tall branches of the tree. But he's found by the Shadow. The Shadow, the only inhabitant, the only thinking creature in Neverland, already there. And he insists that this man does not belong. Also, he's voiced by Marilyn Manson.
You have to believe.
I'm trying, but it doesn't work.
Because you don't belong.
Hello? That's a wild choice. The Shadow only speaks in this one episode, by the way, in this one series of flashbacks, and they got Marilyn Manson for it? Malcolm returns to his son Rumpelstiltskin saying that he can't use the pixie dust because adults don't belong in Neverland. So Rumpelstiltskin's ready to just up and go again, leaving behind the magic island made of belief that he can just summon cake out of because he just wants to be with his daddy. But instead, Malcolm goes on and on about how wherever they go, it won't be enough. And he has to finally let go of the one thing that's truly holding him back. His own son. Because he can't truly believe that he's young and hot and immortal if Rumpelstiltskin's around. A child can't have a child, he says. So the Shadow flies Rumpelstiltskin off the island and will then come back to be a part of Rumpelstiltskin's father. Yeah, that's right. Rumpelstiltskin's father is Peter Pan. Peter Pan is Neil's grandfather. Peter Pan is Henry's great-grandfather. Rumpelstiltskin goes back to those lesbian spinsters. They take him in, and they reveal that that little doll that he had was named Peter Pan. It's like a supervillain name reveal, the way that they do it. So Pan named himself after his son that he abandoned, his son's doll. I mean, I wouldn't want to be called Malcolm, I guess, either. That's not very little fey trickster spirit, not like Peter Pan. The shadow shows Pan a giant hourglass that measures how much time Pan has to be young and powerful. And when it runs out, Pan's done. So that means Peter Pan has, in fact, been scheming about sacrificing innocent children for a long time. Regina and Gold run into everybody else. Emma, Mary Margaret, David, Hook, Neil, Team Hero, all back together again. Neil with Gold and everything. So Neil immediately spills the beans about the prophecy that Gold's gonna kill Henry. And no one takes it well. They actually all deliver a one-liner at him kind of in a line and threaten his life, which is so fucking bold. Challenging the actual Dark One in the cheesiest way possible.
You left before we even made sure. You wanted to get to Henry first.
To be on his own, so no one could stop you.
So you can kill him.
It's not gonna happen. Not unless you go through all of us first.
Gold insists he won't hurt Henry, but they don't believe him. So Gold gives Neil Pandora's box, and then he goes with them anyway. Like, he sticks with them anyway. Neil just says he can't cast any magic about it, or he'll trap his dad in the box. And Gold tells Neil that Peter Pan destroyed his father. I guess technically. Emma and Hook are arguing about ways that they could keep David alive off of Neverland, that they could get him home. And Gold steps in with a new solution. He apparently did a lot of Dreamshade-based research after almost dying from Dreamshade. And he offers Emma an antidote if she'll do him another big, undefined favor. But Neil steps in, cuts in, and tells him to cut that favor shit out. He can just do something nice for someone for once. And Gold goes, God, fine. Whatever you say, Neil. They get to Pan's camp. Gold takes Hook's sword to arm himself. Hook takes David's sword, and now David has no sword. David has no sword?
Can I at least use magic on these boys?
No.
I'll do it.
You remember the spell?
God, Regina is so hot. Team Hero finds Wendy Darling. Neil is so excited to see her. She doesn't recognize him, even though Tinkerbell did. Fine. And she's so excited to see him alive and safe. That's his family. Wendy tells Neil that she came to Neverland. She's here in the first place because she came back to save him after he never came home. That's his family! Neil asks if Wendy has seen Henry or if Pan has said anything about the heart of the truest believer. She says no, and Gold immediately calls her out for lying. But she has to lie. She has to work with Pan because Pan is keeping her brothers alive. But only as long as she does what Pan asks. She's, of course, delighted to hear that her brothers are actually on Team Hero, as Regina relays, and that they're also, they're still alive. That's good to hear. It's comforting, I'd imagine. Wendy reveals what's actually going on here. Pan is dying, and he needs the heart of the truest believer to absorb the magic of the island, and it will make Pan immortal for good. And it'll kill Henry in the process. Yeah, we probably all should have seen that one coming. Right, from the moment he was like, come on, child, let me take you over here with a scroll. That's human sacrifice. Every time. Emma sends Mary, Margaret, and David to Dead Man's Peak to get some of that magic water to keep David alive long enough to get cured in Storybrooke. Because if they've got the water with him, they can get him to Storybrooke. Once they get to Storybrooke, Gold can get him that antidote.
Thank you.
Well, apparently that's the only things I need these days.
Tinkerbell and Hook stay back to, prep the boat. And everyone else is gonna go get Henry. They go to Skull Rock. Pan tells Henry that Wendy is getting worse, and that he has to save them all and truly believe. Literally, fuck off. I hate this dude. Pan gives a speech to his lost boys about the heart of the truest believer, fulfilling its destiny tonight. And then he takes Henry to Skull Rock in a rowboat. And Pan does a little spell to keep anybody else out, claiming it's a protection spell. And then takes Henry deep inside the rock to a big hourglass that's almost empty, almost done. And he says this is how much time they have left before Neverland's magic runs out, Henry. That's definitely what this is. Don't ask questions. But then he senses a disturbance. And he leaves Henry alone to go check it out. Because Emma, Neil, Regina, Gold, Team Save Henry have arrived at Skull Rock. Regina tried to magic away that protection spell, but it didn't work. However, Gold can just walk on past it because the spell only stops people who have a shadow. And Gold doesn't have one of those. So Neil gives his dad Pandora's box back, and Regina gives the Dark One an ultimatum about saving her son, as though that's not what he was here to do anyway. And Gold walks towards what he believes is his actual prophesized demise. Like, he knows in his heart he's not getting out of this one. And then Regina enlists Emma's help in doing a spell that will cause an eclipse, because it's nighttime, therefore meaning that no one will be casting a shadow because it will be completely dark. So then they'll be able to get past that barrier and go help. And they're doing it? Together, they are so powerful, they can literally affect the moon? Ladies? Pan confronts Gold and offers Gold a chance to stay with him. Like, just let me kill your grandson, my great-grandson, and we can finally be happy. Gold doesn't take him up on that.
We're a lot more alike than you care to admit.
We are nothing alike.
Oh, of course we are. And it's nothing to be ashamed of. Neither one of us was cut out to be a father, my boy.
Pan insists that he cares about Gold, that they can make this work, and Gold is not falling for it, babes. But Pandora's box won't open for him because he doesn't actually have Pandora's box. Pan does. He switched Rumples for a fake when he wasn't looking. I will say, Robbie Kay, the actor who plays Peter Pan, really holds his own in scenes with Robert Carlyle, who plays Rumpelstiltskin, which is more than I can say for some of the seasoned adult actors in this show. Like, I really believe that that kid is a terrible father who turned into some kind of immortal trickster spirit with the kind of moral compass that's down for sacrificing children. He even makes you kind of like him about it. It's wild. Robbie Kay was fully 17 when he filmed this, and he absolutely knocks it out of the park. Very well deserving of the legions of Tumblr love that it got. It is both so difficult to conceive of him being older than me in real life, because I've known him as looking like this playing Peter Pan since I was, like 12, and so difficult to accept that he was so much younger than me now when he did such a good job on the show. I'm so proud of him. I don't know him, but I'm so proud of him. So Peter Pan traps his son, Rumpelstiltskin, in Pandora's box. And if that's not the most once-upon-a-time sentence I've ever uttered in my life. And then Pan goes back to Henry and says, Henry, hand over your heart and you can be a hero. Henry's not understanding. So Pan says the price, the real price, Henry, of course, is that once you do this, you just can't leave the island. It'll save magic, but you will be stuck here forever. That's the price. We both know magic has a price. That's this one. He's just finding new lies for the child that sound reasonable enough for Henry. And then he makes Henry remove his own heart. And that's when Neil, Emma, and Regina run in to tell Henry not to do this. But Henry has been fully lost in the Neverland sauce. So when Pan is insisting, Henry's family is just trying to stem your belief, they're boring and they're wrong and they're adults, how adults are, Pan is so visibly annoyed. It's hilarious. He's insisting he's the only one that's ever been honest with you, Henry. It's just me. And honestly, Henry has so much history with adults not being trustworthy figures in his life. It's a good play. It's a good play. Henry tells his family that he loves them, but he has to save magic. And he puts his own heart inside of Pan's body. So now Pan's got two hearts in there? Henry falls to the ground. Emma cuts Pan with her sword. Pan vanishes, and they can't wake Henry back up. Regina casts a spell to preserve his body while they hunt down his heart, and then fixates on the fact that Emma managed to make Pan bleed on her sword, because if they bleed, they can die. That feels so supernatural. the TV show Supernatural. Are we sure this show didn't air on the CW? Emma goes to persuade the Lost Boys to direct her to Pan in return for getting them all home at the end of this. And everyone but Felix flips to her side, directing Emma to Pan's special thinkin' tree. Felix is, of course, too loyal and faithful. He would never turn on his Pan like that. So Emma, Regina, and Mary Margaret go to Pan's special tree, and they go for Pandora's box, but Pan teleports in to taunt them and attaches him to the tree with some magic vines. The kid loves teleporting and taunting. He's so good at it. Pan explains that this is the tree where he abandoned his son Rumpelstiltskin. And now that's out in the air. Now we all know that. That's common knowledge now. And now this tree attacks the regrets of those who touch it, slowly killing them. He taunts Emma and Mary Margaret about their regrets, and then Regina just busts out of the vines and declares that she regrets literally nothing. Not hunting down Snow White for years, not killing her own father, not casting the curse, not the actions she's taken since, literally nothing. She just steps up to Peter Pan and tears her son's heart out of his chest, leaving him fading and dying on the ground. God, she is so hot. Hook, Neil, and David got all the other Lost Boys onto the ship, including Felix? He's like their prisoner, kind of. Neil releases his father from Pandora's box, and it seems like they're just fully good now that Neil knows that, his dad wasn't actually trying to secretly kill his son the whole time, which that would be good to get that cleared up. I do understand why they're better than they were. Regina returns Henry's heart to his body and places a protection spell over his heart, so no one can ever remove his heart again. Absolutely, hell yes. Why? Did we not already cast a spell on him? Why was this not something we did on him when he was first adopted a baby? Was it our hubris? Does wizard hubris extend to the Once Upon a Time universe? And then Peter Pan, say it with me, teleports into the scene and taunts somebody. Henry, in this case, he teleports in with a knife and tells Henry it has to be this way. Jesus. But he can't remove Henry's heart because of the magic spell, and he can't remove Henry's shadow because Gold busts in and does finally trap Pan in Pandora's box. But as he does so, both Henry and Pan kind of light up with this weird magic, but Henry insists he's okay, so everything's okay. They attach the trapped shadow to the sail of the Jolly Roger, and by God, they can fly, baby! We're finally going back to Storybrooke. We're leaving this weird island and its immortal teenage trickster spirits behind. No, we're not. Henry goes to talk to Felix, revealing that it's actually Pan. Pan switched bodies with Henry at the last second, meaning that now Henry is the one trapped in Pandora's box in Pan's body. And Pan and Felix can take down the heroes while they're in Maine. But why do they want to do that? Like, what do they get out of taking over Storybrooke, Maine? Vengeance? I guess, but to what end? It's crazy that these immortal teenage boys don't seem to be making very sustainable evil plans. We get to see the scenes of Regina adopting Henry 11 years ago and how that process was for her. This is post Greg Owen nonsense where she realized she could maybe experience love, but it would have to be with someone that she didn't have cursed in Storybrooke. She's experiencing basically complete apathy at this point in her life. Like, she's won, but she's just empty. So she goes to Gold and asks him to procure her a baby, and he hooks her up to an adoption agency in Boston who immediately hook her up with an infant. That's not how that usually goes, but I guess we'll just say that's Gold pulling the strings. She names the baby Henry after her father, and she's very happy. Except for how hard it is to have a newborn. She didn't think about that. Henry just cries and cries and cries, and no advice from Granny or Archie or Sydney helps. The only thing that soothes Henry is being held by Mary Margaret.
so he'll just have to cry forever. Regina tries to reason with the infant, begging him to just let her try to be his mom, and it kind of works. But then Sydney hunts down information about Henry's birth mother, and now she has to go threaten Mr. Gold because he just handed her the Savior's baby. Gold, but literally, Gold does not know about the curse. He does not know about the Savior. Everyone in my fucking TikTok comments telling me Gold knew the whole time. Babe, the whole point is no, he didn't. He didn't know until Emma came to town. That's why he had to do insane scribbles of squid ink in his cell and bargain with Snow White for her daughter's name. He knew he wouldn't know. He had to build in that failsafe. It didn't go off until season 1, episode 1. He did not know about the Savior's baby. I don't know why he got Henry for her. But it is not because he knew about the curse. I'm standing my ground on that. So Regina just decides to give Henry back to the adoption agency. There's already people lined up to take him in her place. Yeah, newborns are kind of in high demand when it comes to adoption. But as she's filling out the paperwork, Henry smiles at her. And Regina realizes that Henry could actually believe in her, could be the only person that believes in her. So she keeps him, rushing him back to their home in Storybrooke, and then she takes the baby into her mausoleum magic vault and brews herself a forgetting potion so that she will no longer know that Henry's mother is the Savior, and she doesn't have to worry about it, and she can just be happy and raise her son. That's so crazy for pre-show character development Regina to do. I'm so proud of her. Also, the people who were lined up to take Henry when Regina gave it back to the agency, John and Michael Darling. They were gonna hand a literal weeks-old infant to Pan. Oh my God. But in the present day, everyone gets back to Storybrooke, and basically everything in Storybrooke rules. Ariel finds Eric, and they smooch about it, and Eric is one of the few characters that actually looks better in Maine than they did in the Enchanted Forest. So wins for Ariel all around. The Darlings all reunite, and they reunite with Balefire. They're going to go home. They say it's time for all the Darlings to go home. And this would honestly be a great time for Neil to piece the fuck out of there and make his own happy ending somewhere else. He doesn't. I do think he should have. I do consider Neil to be a darling. But he didn't. Belle and Gold are together again. We can get Gold out of those leather pants. Gold cures David's dream shade poison issue. The Charmings agree they should have another baby. They throw Felix in a jail cell. Hook agrees to back off of Emma for a second. Neil asks Emma on a date. We're all having, I guess, the best time. Emma turns Neil down for that date. We're all having a great time. Emma does clock that Henry doesn't seem to recognize his own book of fairy tales, which is very weird. That is a weird thing. But there's so much weird happening. You know, the kid's allowed to seem a little off, you know? Regina tries to bully Mother Superior into giving Tinkerbell her magic back because, yeah, Tinkerbell came back with them too. But Mother Superior can't because Tinkerbell doesn't believe in herself. Emma tries to bring Henry home to go to bed, but he insists he wants to sleep at Regina's house, where he then asks questions like, hey, Mom, where do you keep a copy of that evil curse that you cast? And, hey, Mom, love you. Did you bring that vault full of magic from the last world into this one? Like, really non-suspicious stuff. Regina's too excited to have Henry sleeping in her house to think too much on it, and Henry gets to release the shadow and have it go looking through all her shit. Emma's real paranoid. Hook's trying to make moves on Tinkerbell. Everybody stop! Mother Superior gets attacked by the shadow. It fully tears her shadow off of her, and she dies. Hello? Some folks go get the magic coconut that can trap the shadow, and Regina takes Henry to the one place the shadow won't be able to get to where he'll be safe. The magic vault. Of course. Emma's like, hey, can you keep an eye on him? He's being weird. And Regina just gets really defensive of her sweet boy. Emma, David, and Mary Margaret go get Pandora's box from Gold with the plan to release Pan outside of the town lines where there's no magic so they can question him
about how he's doing this with the shadow. But when they get Pan out, it's Henry in Pan's body pleading with them to believe him that their bodies were switched. But it really sucks to get your earnest child soul put in the body of an infamous liar. It's not a good look. He does manage to convince them using memories that Pan wouldn't know about. A classic. Robbie K crushes this bit too, by the way. He does a good Henry. Henry, on the other hand, uses a vial of Regina's own magic stuff to knock her out once they're in the vault. Oh, Regina, we're really in it now. Emma, Hook, David, Mary Margaret, Neil, Tinkerbell, Belle, and Gold all gather by Regina's vault, ready to fight Pan in Henry's body. But when they get there, they find Regina all alone. Pan, if you can believe it, teleported out of there. Regina does admit that she was just blinded by how happy she was that Henry still needed her. And Henry, hugs her and says he'll always need her. And it is very funny to see Pan's body doing this. But again, Robbie K does a great Henry. Like, I believe it. What did Pan take from the vault? The dark curse, of course. And this time, if it gets cast, no one will be able to stop it at all. No savior. Everyone will forget everything. And Pan can rule with Felix at his right hand. And I guess he'll look like Henry the whole time. He did want to be young forever. They're just gonna make another Neverland. Who needs the old Neverland? Not me. Not anybody. Maine is just as good as Neverland, I think. Also, we get another flashback where Snow White is afraid of Regina ruining her future family's happiness, and she learns to just enjoy the good times she can have while she can have them, and to look forward to good days in the future. And Charming only has to get briefly turned into stone by Medusa to do it. I can only get so many flashbacks of Snow White being menaced by Regina at this point. Like, Regina's too sexy now. It doesn't mean anything to me anymore, and I learn nothing new. I already assumed Charming was vulnerable to petrification. This is not news. More flashbacks where Mary Margaret gives 10-year-old Henry his book of fairy tales. That's where he got it from. It just appeared one day in Mary Margaret's space, and Henry seemed so lonely. She just knew that he needed hope and to believe in something wonderful. He notices that she looks just like the Snow White in the story, and he thanks her. And that's how Henry's spiral into never trusting adults ever again began. There's also 2 more flashbacks just to show us that our characters need to believe in a happy ending over anything else. There's one where Rumpelstiltskin gets gently scolded by Belle when he's sad in his dark castle on Bellfire's birthday, and another where Snow White gets gently scolded by Charming when she's worried that the curse rapidly heading their way will never get broken and that the future they've dreamed about is out of reach. Like, just very reasonable feelings. Like, sure, feel hope, right? Be optimistic, yeah, but I would also be sad on my son's birthday if he forsook me for being an evil wizard and now he's lost forever. I would also be sad if a dark curse was coming for my life and future. They're beating us over the head with believing in happy endings. Don't forget about happy endings. Believe! 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 Pan's gonna cast the dark curse at that god-forsaken wishing well in the forest in Storybrooke, but there's something you need to cast the dark curse, something they haven't mentioned yet. And of course, being the heart of the thing you love most. Yeah, he brought Felix with his only goddamn friend, the only person still on his team. Felix realizes too late what's going on, and he gets his heart squooshed into dust.
Don't be afraid. Be flattered.
No! Ah!
In the arms of an angel. Rest in pieces, Felix. You were super weird and obsessive about that old man teenager, and I loved the energy. Unfortunately, that's what happens when the old man teenager loves you more than he could ever love his own son. Or, presumably, the woman he had that son with. They haven't mentioned her once. We have no clue who that was. Team Hero wants to swap Henry back into his own body, which would then mean that Henry has the dark curse, and then Regina could destroy the scroll and Pan's curse with it. But destroying the scroll would not just destroy Pan's curse, it would also destroy the original dark curse and send everyone from the Enchanted Forest back. But that's their only plan right now. So Tinkerbell suggests they get the Black Fairy's wand, a powerful artifact that the Blue Fairy took from the Black Fairy Lord knows how long ago, and the only wand powerful enough to undo that body swap. Have we ever heard of this wand? Babe, this is the first time we've heard of the Black Fairy. I love this show. It must have been such a fun writer's room. You could just say anything. Belle, Emma, Regina, Mary Margaret, and Henry kick it in the pawn shop. David, Hook, Neil, and Tinkerbell go to get the black wand, and they do it by asking a bunch of nuns about it while at Mother Superior's, funeral? A dedicated service to mourning her, at least. Her body is there. Timing, guys. But here comes the Shadow, here to get him. Hook volunteers to distract the Shadow, but he gets absolutely got. Neil can't use his magic coconut because the Shadow's too high up and everything seems to be going wrong. The only chance they have is if Tinkerbell flies up there. But to do that, she'd have to use the pixie dust, and to make it work, she'd have to believe in herself, and she does? She just does believe in herself now. What changed? Whatever, I guess she traps the Shadow in the magic coconut and then destroys it with fire. Shadow dead. Shadow being dead apparently gives Mother Superior her shadow back, so she's alive now. You thought I skipped the song for her. I didn't. And she's so proud of Tinkerbell that she gives Tink her wings back and hands over the Black Fairy's wand for their personal use. David, Hook, and Neil go back to the pawn shop with the wand. They've got to give it to Gold so they can get their baby boy back. So Gold slaps that anti-magic bracelet from season 2 that Greg and Tamara had onto Henry, on Pan's body that has Henry in it right now. Because once they switch back into their correct bodies, that means that Pan won't be able to use magic. And then he does the swap, and the hunt is on to find Henry's body now that it contains Henry again. Except for Gold. Gold stays back with his dad for a bit. Pan wakes up in his correct body and immediately starts monologuing about how much he hates his son, directly to his son's face, before pulling the anti-magic cuff off of his arm. Apparently, because Pan is the one who made the cuff and gave it to Greg and Tamara, it doesn't work when it's used against him. So he sticks it to Gold instead, announces he's going to kill everyone else, and leaves. And honestly, that kind of bangs. Pan kind of rules like he sucks. Obviously, but he rules. I maintain my earlier request of, can we keep him? Can we rehabilitate him somehow? The person who ends up finding Henry is Granny. Because of the werewolf gene thing, she sniffs him out. Where is Ruby? I miss her. I won't even complain about them using her as a bloodhound again. I just want to see her. Anyway, Henry's at the clock tower, and he's very happy to see his moms while he's in his correct body. So he hands over the scroll with the dark curse in it, and Regina fucking passes out as soon as she touches it and is imbued with the knowledge of how to stop the curse while unconscious. But before she can tell everyone else, Pan teleports in and taunts everybody. But this time, he freezes everyone with magic, has them paralyzed, and monologues about whether he should start his imminent murder spree with Belle, Neil, or Henry, because his goal is to punish Mr. Gold and kill anyone that Gold has claimed as family. He decides to start with Neil, which does make sense. They have the most history. But then here comes Mr. Gold from the sidelines with a steel chair. He busts in and he tells Neil he invented the dark curse and tore apart a realm just for the chance to see him again. He tells Belle that he loves her. And then he summons his shadow. So I guess you can just do that across multiple planes. Because he tore off the shadow. You can do that across multiple planes. Canon. And he brings himself, by means of his shadow, the Dark One dagger into his now non-magical hands. His magic has been, cuffed out. So Gold announces confidently to the group that the only way Pan can truly die is if they both go down together. And he sort of grapples his dad and stabs them both in one blow. Pan reverts back to his adult Malcolm form and begs for his happy endings. Gold informs him that villains don't get happy endings. And they both die, dissolving into dust. Pan is dead. Gold is dead. This happened while everyone else was paralyzed with magic and forced to watch on helplessly. In the arms of the With Pan gone, everyone else unfreezes. And no one's very happy. Belle in particular is rather upset. But Regina scoops up the Dark Curse scroll and basically says, everyone get over yourself for a second, we have a job to do. Save the world first, cry later. Pan's curse is rapidly incoming. Regina has to destroy the scroll to stop Pan's curse, and this will destroy both curses. Everyone who was born in the Enchanted Forest will be sent back to the Enchanted Forest, except for Emma. Apparently, that's part of being the savior. She's dark curse proof. Works for me. Regina is willing to send Henry off with Emma forever so that he can be happy. After 2 straight seasons of trying to keep Emma as far away from her son as she could, she's learned that if she wants Henry happy and safe, Emma has to be part of the picture, and she's made her peace with it. And maybe there is no other way out of it from here, but she's accepted it, and she's okay with it, and she knows Henry's gonna be okay too. I love her. Everybody does their goodbyes at the town border. Henry's blaming himself for everything because he started all of this by searching for Emma in the first place, pre-season 1. Regina's trying to console him, and Henry affirms that Regina will get a happy ending because Regina's not a villain. She's his mom. Neil promises he'll see his son again someday. Hook says he'll think of Emma every day that they're apart. Regina offers to create false memories for Henry and for Emma to construct a world for them where Emma never gave Henry up. Because the truth is, they can't keep their memories of people from Storybrooke anyway. The curse is going to destroy that too when it gets broken. So this way, at least, they'd be together and they'd be happy together. I don't know why they would possibly say no to this, because the other option is to be memoryless, basically. So they accept. Henry and Emma say goodbye to their moms and their families, and they drive out of Storybrooke. Regina destroys the curse and erases the town. And that's the first time we've seen that little yellow bug all season. They made me wait 11 episodes to look at that VW bug again? That's just cruel. And maybe this is an inappropriate time, but I have so many questions about the Lost Boys they brought back. Yeah, they brought back a ship full of Lost Boys. And we don't know how long those boys were with Pan. It could have been a century or more. Wendy was with Pan for a century. That's what John and Michael said. Probably longer, because I don't think they were from like 1912. I think they were from before that, based on what we saw from their flashbacks. So that's a lot of boys from our dimension. If the Darlings are from our dimension, potentially from our dimension, with no family because of how they've been gone for decades, if not over a century, that are what now? Alone in a forest? Storybrooke is vanishing. And they're not from the Enchanted Forest. They are probably from our... Maybe some of them are from the Enchanted Forest. We know the Shadow can go there too. But almost certainly, at least some of them are from our world. And now what? They're just alone in Maine? They're just abandoned in Maine? Nobody else thought of this. Just me? Just me? I'm the only one? I'm the only one who remembered you brought a boatload of teenage boys back with you that nobody is accounting for? Please, can somebody go get those boys? It's about to be Lord of the Flies in Maine. Anyway, I guess they don't matter or aren't real or are fine. Because 1 year later, Henry and Emma are living their life in New York City. They have an apartment, they have plants, they have homemade breakfasts in the morning. Henry goes to school with kids his own age who advance through time at a normal pace. They're deeply normal and happy and good. End the show here. End the show. Let them be happy and normal. Let Henry never remember about all the things that gave him a deeply broken savior complex. Let Emma be happy with her kid without worrying about monsters. coming to steal him away in the night. Show ends here. It doesn't. Hook shows up at their door and kisses Emma like the second he sees her to try and convince him to remember. Like he's trying to true love's kiss her. Which we know does not work when they don't remember you. That's not how true love's kiss works. Even if it would have worked with memories, we've seen it so many times. Come on, Killian. She knees him and slams the door in his face as he's calling out that her family's in danger. She just goes back to Henry and tells him not to worry about it. Come on, Hook. Let them have this. You can handle it by yourself, I'm sure. And that's the end of the first half of season 3. Do you get what I meant when I told you that this is where they find out they really liked splitting seasons into 2 equal, completely separate halves? That's why this is so long. This is a full contained story in this one half of the season. I couldn't cut anything out because they really upped their pacing. Let's take a quick peek at the family tree because it's changed. Who is this question mark for? Rumpelstiltskin? I've gotta know! Yeah, the only actual thing that's changed is that Rumpelstiltskin has listed parents now. Of course, Peter Pan and question mark. And also, I think I laid it out a little bit nicer. I did also add James Charming. I thought maybe it was rude that I didn't have him on there earlier when I had both of Charming's parents down to him. I thought maybe it was mean that I didn't have his twin brother, which also made me realize it's a show full of only children, isn't it? I mean, thank God, for my sake, but a show full of only children. Rumpelstiltskin and Mila had 1 child. Charming and Snow White, 1 child. Emma and Neil, 1 child. Ava and Leopold, 1 child. Henry and Cora, 1 child. Is that weird? I don't know. I just noticed it when I was putting the family tree together again. Anyway, here's your update. But now as the story drastically changes, so must I. Fit check! I'm the good witch, Glinda, though I'm sure that has nothing to do with this story arc because wouldn't that be silly? Wouldn't it be so silly if it did? And just in case you forgot, these videos are cursed and the universe doesn't want them to get made. This is my 3rd time recording this bit, my 3rd time recording this bit. The first time, the audio was corrupted beyond belief, and the second time was my fault. I didn't reset the board correctly, and it was just chock-a-block full of spoilers, and that one's on me. And in preparation to even begin this section, I gave myself a physical injury. While I was trying to steam this very silly dress, my steamer backfired and spilled boiling water all over me, covering my thigh in 2nd-degree burns. I got a once-upon-a-time injury. We're going too far. Was it worth it? Is the outfit worth it? Actually, I do feel very cute. I am going to have to keep the hat on the whole time in this section, the crown, because without it, I do just look like Princess Peach, which was not my intention. Let's talk about the second half of season 3 of Once Upon a Time, shall we? This portion of the season both does and does not start up where we left it. Let me explain. We're going to be following 2 different storylines, kind of bouncing back and forth. The first of which is our present-day storyline that takes place with Emma and Henry. That is where we left off, in a sense, just now. But the second storyline fills in our missing year just in the Enchanted Forest, what everybody was doing for that whole year after they got cursed away. Let's start with that. 1 year ago, in the Enchanted Forest, Philip and Aurora were having a good day. They were having a little picnic. They were being perfect and happy and beautiful, and Aurora was pregnant, and then purple curse smoke rolls in from the heavens, and there they are. The entirety of Storybrooke, Maine in their fairy tale clothes and haircuts. And I said entirety, but it was actually just like our 20 most recognizable faces, and everyone else just landed somewhere else. Snow White has a friendly little catch-up with Aurora, where we find out that the Charming's castle was completely destroyed in the Dark Curse. So the only real place for them to go to set up like a home base is Regina's old castle, because that was, understandably, I would say, protected from Regina and Rumpelstiltskin's dark curse. And that castle was also Snow White's old old castle. Like, it was her father's castle that she grew up in that then Regina got when she married and then killed Snow White's father. You remember. Aurora and Philip have a spooky little sidebar where they talk about how they're going to have to tell her that the Storybrooke gang has returned. Very ominous. Everyone appeared in the outfits they were last in the Enchanted Forest, which means Charming came in a completely bloodstained and ruined shirt, because the last time he was in the Enchanted Forest, he was dying of blood loss and stabbing. And then out of nowhere, he changes into like a gorgeous red ensemble that I simply adore. I just want to know where he found it. Also, Archie Hopper is Jiminy Cricket again. He's fully a cricket. Oh, I'd be mad. Oh, if that were me, I would just be in hiding until everyone else found a way to get us back home. I was a man for 30 years, and now I'm a bug again. You guys can handle this one. You can take this until I've got opposable thumbs back. Hook doesn't want to go with the rest of the fairy tale crew. He just fucks off to go be a pirate again. Immediately. Neil doesn't want to go with everybody else either. He wants to detour to the Dark Castle, to Rumpelstiltskin's old castle, but no one else really supports him in that journey because Charming and Snow White start insisting there's no way to ever make it back to Maine. It can't happen, which is crazy coming from these two. What happened to I will always find you? Motherfuckers, does that not apply to your daughter? Neil does have a single supporter. It is Belle. She thinks they can get Rumpelstiltskin back because Belle is ride or die. Okay? The one thing I thought that Charming's had going for them. Regina buries her own heart in the woods so that she isn't so sad about leaving Henry behind anymore. And she does it in an amazing outfit. They all look so good. Curses really suit them. I will say, Snow White is very dressed to hide Ginnifer Goodwin's real human pregnancy she was experiencing. And as soon as you know that's what was happening, it's very obvious. Snow White convinces Regina to dig her heart back up and put it back in her chest and be sad again. So sad wet cat Regina remains. A win is a win. There are flying monkeys in the Enchanted Forest. One of them attacks Regina and Snow White, but they're saved by Robin Hood. And then Robin Hood and his merry men join the rest of our crew on their journey. He catches up with Belle and with Neil, and Snow White starts hinting to Regina that Robin Hood is cute. Snow White does not know that Regina and Robin Hood are predestined soulmates. All Snow White knows is that Regina is currently actively mourning the loss of her son. So this is kind of a weird conversational topic, no? They do make it to Regina's castle, and it is surrounded by a protection curse that Regina can't explain or get through, but fully intends to just brute force her way in until everyone just sort of talks her down from that, and they all just go hang out with Robin Hood in Sherwood Forest for a little while. But who is that in Regina's old castle? A woman prancing about, plotting her revenge, announcing that
the Queen may be evil, but I'm wicked. And wicked always wins.
Yup, it's the Wicked Witch of the West. And she's a horrific shade of green. She's like sparkly. It looks awful. It's for copyright reasons, actually. They needed to have a legally distinct shade of green from other Wicked Witches of the Wests, but they picked so bad. The Wicked Witch is just going through all of Regina's stuff and stealing her clothes and her jewelry. And honestly, I think maybe it's the lip color they've got her in that it makes the green worse. Also, the natural, light red eyebrows that somehow blend in, even though they're red and the skin is green. If they were just darker, if she had dark eyebrows going on and maybe a green toned lip, it looks really bad, and it didn't have to look this bad. Let's run to our present timeline with Emma and Henry in New York City. Emma goes on a date with a man that she is in a long-term relationship with. She's been with him for 8 months. He loves Henry. He's very nice to her. He owns a furniture store. His name is Walsh, which I would count as a point against him. When Walsh briefly leaves the table at their date, Hook crashes in to apologize to Emma for smooching her, and then tries to convince the orphan that she, first off, has parents, and second off, those parents are in danger. And he hands her a slip of paper with an address on it. Also, and I just think this is cute, he doesn't have his hook in, he has a fake hand screwed in instead. So he's not just hook out in a restaurant in New York. I love that. Walsh comes back and proposes. Emma doesn't answer. She just walks out of the restaurant, which does seem like an answer on its own, doesn't it? Instead, she just goes home to a very voice-changed Henry playing Diablo in the living room. Henry already predicted that Walsh was going to propose and feels very bad for Walsh that Emma didn't say yes, because he wants his mom to be happy and to move on from his awful dad that set her up for taking the fall for that crime and then abandoned them forever, because that's all either of them know about Neil. Yikes. Also, Henry just does like Walsh. He's a big Walsh fan, waving around his little Team Walsh flag. But Emma cannot stop thinking about that crazy pirate man. So she goes to the address he slipped her, and it's Neil's old apartment. How is Neil's old apartment still there with all of Neil's things in it? He has not paid rent in like 14 months. There's not anything magical happening here. We're in New York City. His landlord, I guess, just liked him that much. Emma recognizes this is all Neil's stuff, and she also finds a camera with Henry's name embroidered on the strap. So now she knows for sure that something is weird about the situation, or something is really weird with that pirate. So she confronts Hook in a park, and he rambles about kingdoms and curses and hands her an unlabeled bottle of potion that he claims will give her her memories back. So she handcuffs him to a bench and calls the cops over to arrest him for assault and harassment, because Emma is a reasonable lady. Though later, she gets the pictures from that camera developed, and they're full of images that don't make sense to her, so she bails Hook out of jail and then drinks unlabeled bottle of potion, immediately losing her status as reasonable lady. And she remembers everything, and she takes Hook home. Not like that. Henry's out at a friend's place, but it's not like that. Hook tells her that everyone's been brought back to Storybrooke, that there's another new curse again. And then Walsh shows up. Emma takes him up to the roof to reject his marriage proposal officially and to abandon him when she goes back to Maine. But it turns out Walsh was secretly a flying monkey the whole time in disguise, and he tries to kill her on the roof. She wins the fight, don't worry. Only in this show, huh? Only in Once Upon a Time do you get drank unlabeled memory potion and learned my almost fiancé was an evil monkey all along. I don't even think they've got stuff like this in Riverdale. Emma packs Henry up to go work a case in Maine, and they're taking Hook along. Emma puts on her red leather jacket like she's Clark Kent suiting up as Superman. It's so good. When Emma gets to the Charming's apartment, she realizes that everyone has their old Storybrooke memories and their original Enchanted Forest memories as well. But no one knows what happened in the past year. They do know that a year has passed because Mary Margaret is deeply pregnant. She's so pregnant. And if I'm not mistaken, that plot point was added in because of Ginnifer Goodwin's real-life human pregnancy she was going through. And I'll say it, I think the characters are a lot worse for it. The fact that Snow White and Prince Charming are having another kid right now makes me like them a lot less and makes me so sad for Emma. But it is wild that the two of them have a fiction acting baby that was also the two of their real human babies as well. They're married. It was their kid she was having. Back to the Enchanted Forest. 1 year ago, Ruby was here. Ruby is here. She talks to Snow White for 10 seconds. And they're the best 10 seconds of my life. I missed that wolf. But our heroes are never safe, and a flying monkey swoops in from the skies towards Roland, Robin Hood's young son. But Regina steps in the way and turns the flying monkey into a stuffed animal that she then gives to the child as a gift. That's hilarious. I love her so much. Regina and Belle are both aware of flying monkeys and of Oz, but everyone else thinks Oz was made up. Like, Snow White specifically makes a comment like, you mean Oz is real? Girl, you were just in Neverland. So they know that it's the Wicked Witch that's in their castle, but Regina's never met that woman. So they don't know why she is in there, why this is happening. Regina intends to go alone and sneak beneath the protection spell. Apparently, when it comes to things like spells and curses, if you can't go through it, just go under it. Okay, Robin Hood, Sneaky joins along with. He's here to protect her because he owes her, according to his moral code, for saving Roland's life. So now they're together, bonding in the tunnels beneath the castle where they find a door left open. But Regina left that door closed, and more importantly, she left the door sealed with blood magic, so it doesn't make any sense that it's opened. Regina doesn't have any living relatives, proven by the fact that that door leads them into her mother's crypt and then up into the rest of the castle. Robin Hood realizes that Regina is gathering potion ingredients and gets really worried about that and like knocks an arrow at her as a threat. And then she turns and force chokes him like she's Darth Vader. I'm sure they've used that move in the past, but this season, all of our magic users are really into the force choke. As a move, I just kept noticing it. She's not even doing anything nefarious. She's just getting ingredients together to make a sleeping curse, made for someone that no one will miss. Her plan is to lower that protection spell and then sleeping curse herself because she is that sad and despondent about losing Henry. And she does bring down that spell, and the rest of the team moves in towards the castle. Regina settles in to put herself in an eternal slumber, apologizing to Henry as she does, saying maybe someday he'll find her and wake her up with true love's kiss. And then the Wicked Witch appears and asks why Regina isn't saying hi, why Regina isn't paying attention to her, and then like implies that Regina is fat.
That's my dress.
I had to take it in a little bit at the hips, but looks better on me, do you think?
I think you never should have left Oz.
Her name is Zelena, and she hops right on up and tells Regina that Cora is her mom, too. They're sisters. Half-sisters. They have different dads. And Zelena's older as well. She'd have to be, given our current timelines, though I would not put it past the show to just start throwing all of that away. And amount of room on the board. Where do we even put a whole... He doesn't need it. And Zelena's pissed that Regina got to have a mom and got to be queen, even though Regina's mad that she had a mom and had to be queen. Also, Zelena was another student of Rumpelstiltskin. Because of course she was. We will never meet a fairy tale character that is not in some way involved with that weird little imp. So Zelena just wants to make Regina suffer and take everything away from her, which she just says plainly to Regina in a conversation that's like somehow the least slay thing Regina's ever been a part of. And then she just flies off on her broom, leaving Regina revitalized, ready to keep living because she has a target now. She just needs an arch nemesis and she'll be fine. I hate that that's so relatable. You know what I just realized who this wig reminds me of? It's reading very Aurora, like animated Disney's Aurora. Am I crazy? In the present timeline in Storybrooke, Emma's trying to get to the bottom of all of this, but that's very difficult when no one remembers what happened. Hook has all his memories still. He didn't lose them. He actually wasn't hit by the curse at all. But he can only tell them about the first 2 days of their journey because he split off right away. He's only here in the first place because he got a message tied to a bird on the Jolly Roger telling him to get to Emma with that unlabeled bottle of memory potion attached. And they don't know who sent it. They assume it must have been Snow White because sending message by bird about saving her daughter is very Snow White behavior, but they don't know for sure. Also, 3 of the 7 dwarves are missing. That's almost half of the dwarves, and they just say it so calmly. And Neil's not here. So people have been going missing since they got back, and there's people unaccounted for in the first place, and no one is sure why any of that is happening. Emma has to introduce Mary Margaret and David to Henry as old friends, and Mary Margaret fumbles and says her and Emma were cellmates in Phoenix, where Mary Margaret was, of course, incarcerated for banditry. And that's when Regina walks in and sees Henry and kind of freaks the fuck out. So now Emma has to go deal with that. Or actually, she only has to deal with that for a second, because then there's something else to deal with. Because Little John and the other merry men were turkey hunting in the woods right by the town line when a flying monkey swooped in, grabbed Little John, and carried him off. In Maine! So Team Double Sheriff is back. Emma Swan and her dad trying to figure out what happened. Emma directs David to run searches in the woods, while Emma calls a town hall with everybody to try and see if anybody knows anything, where Leroy whips up a little frenzy, blaming Regina since she's the one who did the last curse, and Regina has a little magical tantrum, insisting that she's innocent, and then teleporting away in purple smoke. But there's a suspicious face at this town hall. Not to everybody else. No one in canon gives a shit, but we know. That's a suspicious new face. However, Emma and Regina choreographed Regina's little magical freak out to make sure that everyone believes that Emma is following Regina's trail, that she's accusing Regina for this. So the two of them can work together in secret and try to replicate that memory potion that Emma took.
Maybe this was some super complicated, ingenious plan.
It wasn't. My superpower may not be perfect, but with you, Regina, I always know when you're lying.
Hey, ladies, what's your explanation for that line? Because mine is, because mine, they failed to replicate the memory potion, so instead they loudly announced that they're about to replicate the memory potion so that whoever cursed them gets a little reckless and tries to stop them. And by loudly announce it, I mean they leak it to just Leroy. And he starts ranting and raving in public. I love that dwarf. Emma and Regina stake out Regina's office, an activity that Regina hates, but it works. The perp is in there, in a room sealed with blood magic, so they can't escape. But they still escape. They disappear in a puff of green smoke. And then Emma makes Regina meet Henry, and Henry goes for the handshake instead of a hug. And it ruins Regina's entire day. While they're doing that, Regina meets that suspicious new face in Granny's diner, a woman named Zelina, who claims she was just a supporting player. Back in their old land, nothing like a princess, not important. She was a midwife who missed the first curse, so all of this is very new to her. And Mary Margaret is overjoyed to have met a midwife and immediately invites her into every intimate nook and cranny of her life. Mary Margaret, I love you. Let's experience a little more mistrust. Between you and Neil over here, we gotta stop trusting people so quickly. Our lives have not been good enough to us to justify that behavior. And while she's doing that, off in the woods, Robin Hood, David, and Hook find Little John bleeding out and fading. They take him to the hospital. Now he's Dr. Whale's problem, and he promptly transforms into a flying monkey. It's like werewolfism! So between all the flying monkey business and their man disappearing in green smoke, they can figure out the Wicked Witch is their man. They know who they're looking for. They just don't know, who they're looking for, you know? Across town, Zelina brings food into a storm cellar, a special delivery for a very disheveled and angry Rumpelstiltskin, who declares she never should have brought him back, and then dissolves into little giggles and songs, fully out of it.
You feed the madness and it feeds on you. You feed the madness and it feeds on you.
So I guess he's alive. Out of the arms of the angels and into the fire. Can I quick show you guys one of the promotional posters for this story arc? One of the actual promotional materials they used for this section of show? Look at how Gold is just crouched back there in the distance like a little creature, just crunched into complete goblin pose. He looks so goofy back there. Also, is that not a spoiler? So Mr. Gold is spinning at a spinning wheel in his little cage, and Zelina mocks him about it and shows off that she is in possession of the Dark One dagger, which does make a lot of sense given that she has him in a cage. He invites her to just kill him. And instead, she uses the Dark One dagger, that wavy fucking knife, okay, to shave his face like it's a straight razor. And it is so deeply uncomfortable. The, like, tension of this scene is so weird, and it goes on for so long. I would just like to remind the class, he used to bang her mom. Zelina visits the pawn shop, calls Belle Mrs. Gold, just to, like, rub in the tragedy she's experienced, and asks for a present for Mary Margaret, but it was all a ruse. She freezes Belle with magic, and then breaks into Gold's safe to steal from him. She takes a weird little purple plant called nightroot that we're going to talk about a lot for the next, 10 minutes, and then never again. So get ready. Also, Regina gets to take Henry out for ice cream, and Henry talks about how he felt kind of lonely in New York, and Regina assures him that someday he's going to have lots of family, and then I cry. But over in The Plot, Team Double Sheriff plus Hook investigates Regina's office looking for physical evidence of the woman who broke in, and they find a little bit of crushed berry that David recognizes from the northwest corner of town that he apparently saw a lot during his animal shelter days. And he did work at an animal shelter. That was his persona. But David spent 28 years in a coma and then 2 weeks working at an animal shelter. So I don't know if we can actually use his tenure there to help him explain things. I don't think that works like that. David and Mary Margaret meet Zelina the midwife. Zelina makes them tea. David is wildly paranoid and hates her vibes. And he's right to, because Zelina crushes up that nightroot from Gold, puts it in David's tea. David insists that he isn't worried about the pregnancy or the birthing process or the new baby at all. And Zelina eagerly watches him drink that, spiked tea, and then sends him back to his sheriffing business, calling him brave and fearless the whole time. Like she's this close to just being like, and you're such a hero. She's really hyping him up. David does get back to it, but he is now being pursued by a cloaked figure that keeps glitching around and teleporting behind trees. David leaves Emma a voicemail, letting her know that he is going after what he believes to be the Wicked Witch of the West completely alone. What a smart boy. Hook and Emma trounce around in the woods in the northwest corner of town while Hook asks completely securely and very happily if Emma was actually considering Walsh's marriage proposal. And then they find an old farmhouse and go investigating. Emma wants to descend into the storm cellar they find, but Hook says, maybe we call for backup first. What an actually smart boy. That's the kind of street smarts you get from pirating. Emma does go to call for backup. She's going to call Regina, and that's when she sees David's voicemail. So now they have to go deal with whatever he's doing. David unmasks the cloaked figure that's pursuing him, and he sees his own face. Taking the nightroot tea caused his fears to physically manifest. So now his own brain is sword fighting him in Storybrooke, Maine, choking him out in the woods, taunting him in a slightly lowered and distorted version of his own voice. David admits that he is afraid, but that he will not let his fear stop him, and he stabs the fear version of himself. And then his now broken sword disappears in a puff of green smoke. And that's when Emma, Hook, and Regina show up. Great timing, guys. Thanks for your help. Regina starts going on about how true courage comes out when you face your fears, and that David's courage is now symbolized by that broken sword that was stolen, that disappeared. It's his courage that was in that sword. That sword was his courage. We are in a Wizard of Oz story arc, and we're talking a lot about David's courage. Yeah, David is, and I can't stress this enough, the Cowardly Lion analog here. I'm not going to label him the Cowardly Lion because he isn't actually the Cowardly Lion. He didn't go adventuring with Dorothy. I don't think he fulfills that trope. But still, the group of them finally descends into that storm cellar. They find a cage empty, but for a spinning wheel. Rumpelstiltskin is alive, but gone. And we'll get to that in a second. But first, we got an Enchanted Forest flashback, one of those 1 year ago flashbacks, that was entirely focused on Charming. I don't need those. Charming has a dream where he's in his castle in Emma's nursery with her crib and her little mobile, and then grown-up Emma in a fantasy ball gown appears. She looks incredible, and she needs to practice dancing for her first ball tonight. And she wants her dad to teach her. It's genuinely sweet. It's very cute. She tells him that this isn't reality because he failed her, and asks him not to fail the next one as the dream falls apart. Charming awakes to his wife telling him that she's pregnant, and he does not take the news well.
Are you not happy?
No, I'm not. I am thrilled.
David vents about all his feelings to Robin Hood because he's lost his optimism and he doesn't know why. And I will say, David experiencing deep-seated dread with no apparent explanation is the most relatable he's ever been. Robin Hood directs him to a plant called nightroot that, if ingested, supposedly erases all of your fears, but it's in a haunted part of the forest. He still goes, of course, because Charming can do anything, and he finds a tower with a long braid coming out of the window and a woman calling for help. His Prince Charming instincts only allow him one outcome. He climbs up there and he meets, could you have guessed it, Rapunzel. She came searching for the nightroot years ago, but ended up trapped in here by a witch. A witch that moves by glitching around as a cloaked figure appears. Glitching around. The figure attacks, but it takes down their hood and reveals they're Rapunzel. And that's when David realized the nightroot makes your fears manifest as you. She's literally been held hostage for years in a tower by her own fears, by her own self. Again, a little too relatable for comfort, I think. David pep talks her into facing her fears and killing her own self, and she's free. She's got normal length hair now. David takes her back to her family and then admits his parenting fears to his wife. A happy ending. We have arrived to a section of this season that I could talk about for hours all on its own. And if you know what's coming, that shouldn't be surprising. And if you don't know what's coming, brace yourself, I guess. 1 year ago in the Enchanted Forest, Neil and Belle were looking for ways to bring back Rumpelstiltskin because they believed he was their best chance to getting back home, and also because they just wanted him back for their own personal reason. While they're doing this, Belle is wearing one of the best and silliest little outfits that's ever been on the show. It's so steampunk. The high collar and the ruffles and the little tiny shorts. It looked like pants at first, but it is aggressively short shorts over dark tights. It looks like nothing that anybody else has ever worn in the Enchanted Forest. I don't even know where she got the pieces to put such an outfit together. I'm obsessed with it. Anyway, in the library of the Dark Castle, Belle and Neil find Lumiere, a magic candelabra. Belle has never met this castle, however, even though it insists it's a servant of the Dark One's castle. It's been here a long time. Don't think about it too hard, Belle. Lumiere directs them to a book that is actually a hiding spot for a key to the vault of the Dark One, the place where the first Dark One was born. If there's anywhere they could go to resurrect Rumpelstiltskin, this is where it would be. But Lumiere was planted here by Zelena to give them that information. Uh-oh, Neil and Belle, watch out! They don't watch out. They go a-searchin'. They bring Lumiere along for further instruction, and he helps them find the entrance to the vault. But he does show his hand by accident. Belle catches him in a lie about how long he was in the castle, and he's forced to admit that the Wicked Witch, Zelena, wants them to bring back the Dark One so that she can control him. So Belle says, hey, maybe we abandon this plan? That sounds bad. Neil goes through with it. Neil inserts the key, the symbol on the back of it lighting up and branding his hand, and then the vault opens. Rumpelstiltskin reforms out of, tar? It looks like tar. And he reforms to see Belle holding a dying Neil. The vault requires a life for a life. All magic comes with a price, and this is the price of resurrection. Rumpelstiltskin can live, but Neil cannot. Zelena teleports in to taunt them. I feel like I've seen this move before. Rumpelstiltskin holds his dying son, insisting that he will not let his boy go, not again, and actively chooses to release the Dark One dagger to Zelena in order to prioritize Neil and absorb Neil into his body, gaining his son, losing himself, immediately descending into madness with 2 souls and 2 minds in one body. Zelena, Dark One dagger in hand, orders Rumpelstiltskin to kill Belle. But Lumiere restrains Zelena just in time. Belle grabs the candelabra, and they escape. Belle gets to live another day. But Neil and Rumpelstiltskin are in a bit of a predicament. In Storybrooke, Maine, in our present timeline, their new goal is to find gold because, well, they know he's gotta be somewhere. And if he's being held captive by the witch, he can tell them who the witch is. He can tell them what the plan is. They can get everyone their memories back and save the day. They ask Belle for her help because if he is around, if he's gonna go to anyone, he's gonna go right to her. And Hook volunteers to stay behind with Belle while everyone else goes and does what they need to do. I'm gonna show you guys my favorite dumb face that Hook makes all the time. There's a great example of it here. It's the one he makes when he says, look out for it.
This will be my way of making it up to you.
He does it so often. It's such a silly little face. I adore it. There's a ruckus as someone bursts into the pawn shop and they go to greet gold, but it's not gold. It's Neil, who they haven't seen since they've gotten back to Storybrooke. They take him to the hospital. Emma meets him there. She has to leave behind a Henry that is starting to get very suspicious about what is happening in this town. But Neil doesn't remember the year either. He doesn't have his memories or any of what happened before he found himself just now running through the woods. He remembered standing still at the town line watching the love of his life and his son drive away, and then he blinked and he was sprinting through a forest. All of these people had such disorienting days. There is also a weird triangle mark branded into his hand. He doesn't know what's up with that either. And one of the first things he asks Emma is when he's allowed to see Henry again. And I will cry. Neil really wants to fix Henry's memories so that his son doesn't just believe him to be an asshole that abandoned them again. He just wants his kid! Hook brings Neil Jell-O and keeps him company in the hospital, and Neil, postures at him and asks if Hook is going to stop him from leaving and looking for his dad. And Hook hugs him and says it's long overdue. That sometimes he forgets that Neil is the kid he looked after, and Neil says he certainly hasn't forgotten. Hook says they shouldn't have gotten so upset with each other over Emma. The ways they are woven together are complex and heartbreaking. I know that I keep mentioning that Hook loved Balefire's mom. I never crossed her out. I don't know what happened there. Hook loved Mila and wanted to go back with her to get Bay someday if they could, but that's honestly only part of it. Hook probably saw a future in that boy before he even met him. Then he watched Bay's dad kill Bay's mom, his girlfriend at the time, and then Bay's dad tried to kill Hook, too. And in the future, Hook tried to kill Balefire's dad as an act of love and vengeance, and failed. He falls in love with Emma, only to find out that Emma has a child, and that child is so like Balefire was. He is Balefire, and he is Balefire's. That is Balefire's kid in every single way. And now he sees a future in that kid. And he sees a future in that kid's mom. That kid's mom, of course, being the former love of Neil's life. Hook and Neil could have been family. Or at the very least could have been friends. They should have been something to each other. The universe just kind of kept slamming them into each other, waiting for the time they would hold on. But they never actually had the chance. They intersect in so many different ways, but there was never truly a moment where they could have been something to each other. And I do not ship the pirate with that man. I need to make that so clear. What they have is a lot weirder and sadder than that. I think about them a lot. I think about them more than the writers did. In response to Neil's weird posturing after their hug, Hook says he will give Neil a 10-minute head start before he tells Emma about Neil's slipping containment, and off he goes. Emma and David find Mr. Gold in the woods, gripping his head and screaming about how there's too many voices when they are attacked by a flying monkey from the sky, and Gold just keeps sprinting through the trees. Emma pursues, but she doesn't find Gold again. She just finds Neil, and Neil didn't see Gold anywhere, so now they just keep looking together. Do you see how silly this is with the context I've given you? And the two of them just talk. They talk about Emma and Henry's life in New York. They genuinely laugh about how silly their lives and situations sound.
Go ahead and laugh. I almost married a monster from Oz. It's hilarious.
I almost married a minion of my evil grandfather, Peter Pan. So I know what you're saying.
And Neil starts going on about how, above anything else, he hopes Emma will find happiness, even if it isn't with him. And this is where my heart began to sink, because I know what those speeches mean. Belle calls up Emma's phone and says, the only way the Dark One could have been resurrected is if there was a trade, 1-to-1, a life for a life. And Neil hits the ground and body horrors for a little bit, sort of transforming in and out of Gold. He's like in a weird halfway state for a little while. Oh, it's so bad to look at. And doing that gives him all his memories back? Or maybe it was Belle calling and saying that he should be dead, but he knows now that he and his dad are fused into one body, and he begs Emma to separate him from his father with her magic, knowing that it will kill him, because Emma needs his dad more than she needs him right now, and as far as he's seeing it, probably always. And Emma does it. She pulls Gold out of Neil, so they are separated again, leaving Neil instantly dying in the forest, assuring his father that this was his choice. Emma didn't just do this out of nowhere. She did not go rogue. Neil asked for this. Gold gives Emma the information that Neil is dying for, telling her that Zelena is the witch. Emma cradles Neil as he dies, and he begs for Emma to tell Henry that in the end, he was a good dad. Neil asks her to find Tallahassee. He thanks his dad for showing him how to make a true sacrifice and says it's his turn now, but now Gold has to let him go. He dies in Emma's arms, holding his dad's hands. It is one of the longest and most awkward death scenes I have ever seen. It is in the middle of an episode, in the middle of the season. I cannot explain all of the feelings that I have about this. Like, it feels completely unplanned, right? I know for a fact they brought in fucking Killian over here in season 2, and that man was so egregiously attractive, unthinkably hot, that they had to kill off Emma's other love interest, Henry's biological father, as quickly as possible. As quickly as possible. They were probably already done writing the first half of the season. They'd already figured out all their Neverland shit. But they realized now, in the second half, they're like, we just gotta get him out of here. What's the fastest way we can get that man out of the show? It's not even the end of the episode. It's not even like a big emotional beat that they hit at the end. There's like 15 minutes of episode left when Neil dies. It's literally in the middle. The writers hated him so bad. Like, it had more weight on the episode when Archie fake died for like 20 minutes last season. It's so in the arms of an angel. Regina goes looking for the witch, and Robin Hood shoots her with a crossbow, assuming she's the Wicked Witch, but she catches it. And then they go looking for the witch together, and they immediately have some vibes with each other. I love Robin Hood so much. I really do. Robin Hood's gonna make me feel better in this moment. The two of them are flirting so hardcore in the witch's house, it's not even funny. They just steal her whiskey and make really charged eye contact, and then Regina sees his tattoo, her soulmate's tattoo, and leaves. Runs out of there like she is on fire. David and Emma storm into the charming apartment looking for Zelena, but Zelena is already gone. And then Emma gets to tell her parents that Neil was found, but is now officially gone for good. They go and they break the news to Belle, or rather, Mary Margaret breaks the news to Belle. Hook has to find out through manly shoulder pats from David. After everything they went through. And while her parents do that, Emma goes to Henry. He had spent the day fishing with the dwarves. He just keeps getting handed to different townsfolk to spend his days with. And Emma tells him that the reason they were here was to help Henry's dad, that bad people wanted to hurt him, and that Emma was too late. And now he's gone. And she tells Henry his dad was a good man, that he was a hero, that he would have been a great dad. And Henry just says he wishes he would have had a chance to get to know him. And Zelina is busy disrespecting Neil's body in the woods. She's just stepping over Neil right in front of Rumpelstiltskin. So excited to see him sane again, because now he's going to be so much easier to control and so much more powerful as well. And now she can have his beautiful brain, because he's the Scarecrow analog? Fine. Okay, she makes him just leave Neil's body there. Emma already left, so now Neil's body's just there. In the woods! And Gold has to go be alone in a cage and mourn by himself. The kid he broke the world for. I know a lot of people don't like Neil, but those people do like Hook and Gold, and can we just agree that all three of them did not get the right end of the stick in this situation? They have a full-ass funeral for Neil Cassidy. Coffin lowered into the ground, lingering shots of everyone's sad faces. Hook shovels the first scoop of dirt onto the coffin with the world's most mournful expression. Even Henry, who does not remember the guy still, gets to scoop a shovelful. Emma goes last, while Gold is telling Zelina that Neil was worth every bit of trouble that he went through. Everything that happened was worth it for his boy. Is this a good time to talk about how I think Neil should have stayed in the show? Like my dream for his future characterization, how that would have gone? Too bad I'm going to. This is my last chance. After like this little run, I'm never going to get to talk about him again. And I'm going to move on just like everyone else. I have to do it now, okay? Hear me out. Okay, so in a world where Hook wasn't so devastatingly hot that they had to kill off Neil as unceremoniously as possible to expedite Emma and Hook making out on the regs, I think we could have had a lot of fun while still keeping the focus on Emma and Hook. Because I do agree, Emma and Hook Endgame, I love that. I think it's great. We keep Neil. He has like one failed date with Emma. They only talk about Henry the entire time, and they realize they really like co-parenting, but the rest of it just doesn't feel right anymore, and then they give up. They don't try it anymore. Emma and Hook are Emma and Hook, okay? And Neil's not involved. Neil's main priority stays Henry. And the two of them do a lot of non-magical activities together. They go hiking and sailing. They learn how to bake. Neil teaches Henry how to drive the 1972 Volkswagen Super Beetle, and Emma's really upset about it, but ultimately happy that Henry learned. Probably comes up later at like a pivotal moment where Henry has to getaway car for the group. We keep Neil away from the Enchanted Forest plot lines. We lean in to him not trusting magic and not wanting to be involved. This would significantly limit his presence in the series without weirdly killing him off. They could fully send him back to New York at some point, maybe. Or don't. But they definitely, absolutely should lean into Hook and Neil being weird friends. Friends with kind of a weird vibe at first, but eventually just real and genuine friends. I'm seeing this culminating in Hook deciding to constantly wingman for Neil, especially after he and Emma are really serious. Like, he's just always looking for Neil's happy ending. Like maybe he feels like he owes it to Neil after taking Neil's mom from him and then also Emma. And Neil wouldn't see it that way at that point, but he's not the only one who has to get over it in their relationship. It makes sense he would get over it first. It's a bigger hurdle for him. In my dream future, Neil doesn't end up in a serious relationship again during the course of the show. He just remains a guy pretty much in the background. He's there for Henry. He's there to be weird friends with Hook. He's there to emotionally support Emma when she's struggling with the magic versus the real world, because he's done that too. He's there for Gold and Belle. He's just comically plugging his fingers with his ears when he enters the room and other people are talking about magic shit. His dad is really annoyed by that behavior, but Belle thinks it's hilarious. I think at one point, Neil misses an apocalypse-sized story arc because he was in England visiting the Darlings, and he learns about Henry almost dying while wearing, like, a Union Jack-themed infinity scarf and handing everybody big, like, tourist fridge magnets. He's just weird and happy and loved by his family. Thank you so much for attending my Neil Cassidy-themed TED Talk. I'm not going to get to talk about him anymore other than referencing how everyone on the show immediately forgets his existence and how crazy that is. Also, by the way, if we keep Neil, Henry still gets to have a very silly number of parents. He gets 2 moms and 2 dads. 3 dads, if Regina and Robin Hood ever figure their shit out. Anywho, do you want some Zelena backstory? Now, this one's a flashback proper. We're going years and years ago. 2 random folks found a magical baby in the forest. They decided to keep her and name her Zelena and continue on their trek to the Emerald City, 'cause we're in Oz. Years after that, Zelena lives alone with her adoptive father, who's deadly afraid of her and hates her. He's drunk and he's cruel, and Zelena leaves him to find the Wizard of Oz so she can find her actual family, and maybe they'll love her. The wizard shows Zelena her mother, Cora, and says Cora abandoned her because Zelena wasn't able to give Cora the one thing Cora wanted, the ability to become royalty. But her sister, Regina, could. And the wizard also shows her a vision of Regina being trained by Rumpelstiltskin before giving her silver slippers to travel to Rumpelstiltskin's realm and meet the weird sorcerer. Zelena travels actually directly to Regina's bedroom, where Rumpelstiltskin finds her and confirms that, yeah, that's Cora's kid, and then starts training her with magic. Rumpelstiltskin teaches Zelena that she must focus on a powerful emotion to power her magic, and she says the first time she's ever felt wanted was when Rumpelstiltskin agreed to train her, and I'm mentally transported back to the shaving scene and feeling really on edge. Zelena hears that Gold is still training Regina, even though Zelena should get to cast his cool dark curse he's working on, and she freaks out, and then we learn why she turns green.
You're turning green, dearie. Envy will do that to you.
That's awful. She isn't green yet, but she has the potential. And Zelena does try to kill Regina to get her out of the way. But actually, she attempted to kill Rumpelstiltskin in disguise. He was testing her, and she failed. She's too reckless. And the thing that she loves most is Rumpelstiltskin. And he does not want to be sacrificed to the dark curse. So it can't be her that casts it. Rumpelstiltskin learns at this point that Zelena has magic realm-traveling silver slippers that could have taken him to a land without magic without any need for a dark curse in the first place. But she won't let him use them now because she's mad at him. Instead, Zelena goes back to the wizard, reveals his facade. He's no big, imposing figure. He's just a little man, and it's Walsh? Emma's fiance from New York, Walsh? Zelena turns him into the first ever flying monkey. And then she turns fully green. So he just lived as a flying monkey for years and years, presumably, and then had to go back into being a man again for 8 months to court Emma, and then turned back into a flying monkey? How complicit was he in this scheme? Because me personally, I'm not turning back into a flying monkey just because you asked me to. Back in Storybrooke, post Neil's funeral, the townsfolk Henry gets to spend the day with today is Hook. And they leave for their little day together just in time, because Zelena bursts into Granny's diner and announces to everyone that Regina's her little sister, and asks Regina to dig into their past and then meet her at sundown for a duel in the street.
This isn't the Wild West. No, dear. It's the Wicked West.
Guys, I think I might hate Zelena. Regina does find a letter confirming to her that Zelena is her sister, and Robin Hood finds her out in the woods and asks if he wants to talk about her feelings. And she lets him read her secret letter. It's a letter from Rumpelstiltskin talking about how Cora's firstborn daughter is a powerful and stunning sorcerer. A letter she'd always thought was about her before today. Yeah, that would be a blow to the ego. At sundown, Zelena comes for her duel, where she tells Regina that the thing that Regina did that made her so mad, the reason that Zelena is doing this, that all of this is happening, is just that Regina was born. So Regina slaps her. They fight up into the clock tower, but Zelena bails after she fails to remove Regina's heart. So technically, Regina wins? Yes, Zelena wants Regina's heart. She has David's courage. She's after Gold's brain. Regina is our Tin Man. But she couldn't get Regina's heart because Regina's heart was not in her chest at the time. Her heart was being guarded by Robin Hood. Robin Hood had it in the woods. She trusted Robin Hood with her heart. She trusted Robin Hood with her heart. And she asks him to keep holding onto it, to keep it safe. Like, I know I'm always looking at these ladies and asking what exactly is going on between them, but I can't even get mad that they're not going to do something with them if what we are getting is him. I love him, and he's so good for her. He's what she deserves. During that whole duel business, Hook takes Henry out for a boat ride, and then they go stargazing with the sextant. He plans to teach Henry how to navigate with the stars. Oh, that thing he taught Balefire how to do? He wants to teach Henry that same thing he taught Balefire how to do? I see you, dude. I see you, okay? But Henry just wants to hear about things that make his dad seem like a real person and not just things like, he was a hero, or I taught him how to sail when he was a boy. So Hook tells him about how Neil lost his own father when he was a kid, and that Henry is very much like his father was. Just in case you ever thought I was reaching too far with my ramblings, I wasn't. It's in there. Hook has a new child he can parent. Someone to replace his raised Balefire dreams with. That's canonical. That's in there. And you know what? I'd raise Henry too if I had the chance. It's a good kid. After that duel business, Emma helps her parents assemble IKEA furniture for the baby's nursery, and Regina invents a protection spell that's blood magic proof, which, hey gang, if it was that easy, why were we ever dabbling with blood magic? If you could just have a spell that only one guy could mess with? Seems way better. The charming subplot for this episode, by the way, is Mary Margaret and David trying to convince Henry that they're cool because Henry thinks they're boring. His only memories of them are being constantly overloaded with baby information. And that's it. That's all he knows. They poach him away from Hook because they want to prove they're cooler than pirates. They're not, in case you were wondering. Even though David tries to teach Henry how to drive, they don't succeed. Henry seems to think they succeed. He's wrong. Emma and Regina get their own subplot this episode, and it is Regina teaching Emma magic. Her plan for teaching Emma magic is a very throw the kid into the deep end of the pool type approach. Regina teleports Emma onto a rickety, falling apart rope bridge over an abyss because Emma's magic has always worked by instinct before.
What the hell are you doing? Making the bridge collapse.
The bridge collapses and Emma falls, but her magic instinctually creates a floating wooden platform for her and she flies back up to safety. Regina is pissed that Emma is so inherently magical, but has never bothered to train it before. With what opportunity? I ask. With what teacher? I beseech. She is from Boston. Elsewhere in Storybrooke, Hook meets up with Smee. Remember Smee? And Smee asks what happened to the Jolly Roger, because it ain't here. And Hook remembers the whole year. He knows exactly what happened. He's just not telling. Who washes up on shore but Ariel? She has been searching every known realm for Prince Eric, but can't find him. And she ends up going to Hook for help because of how he still has all his memories. Hook says he's never heard of Prince Eric. Like a lying liar. 'Cause he has. In their year in the Enchanted Forest, Hook was playing vigilante thief with Smee and 2 other pirates. They were land pirates, essentially, which I do think is just sort of regular thievery. And one night after a successful score, Ariel clubbed Hook in the head in an alley and enlisted his help to find Prince Eric, who she believed Hook had kidnapped. She believed that because the ship that took him was the Jolly Roger. But someone else has that ship right now. It's not in Hook's possession. It's in Blackbeard's. Also, Ariel looks super cute in the Enchanted Forest at this time. She's got a fun new vest and a little cape situation with an Ursula-themed clasp. It looks great. And actually, it's also Eric's cloak, which makes it even cuter. Hook, Smee, and Ariel go Eric hunting. Ariel tells Hook that there's stories going around about him, that Hook is a real hero. And Hook is so mad about it. He wants everyone to think he's a big, meanie pirate. No good guy behavior over here. He doesn't believe in good deeds. He doesn't believe in love. They find the Jolly Roger. Hook confronts Blackbeard. They duel for the Jolly Roger. Blackbeard looks very silly. Also, very pirate, but like in a very silly kind of way. Hook uses his knowledge of the ship to get advantage over Blackbeard. He has him at the edge of his sword when Ariel runs in and demands Hook waits to kill him so that they can learn where Eric is, the thing they came here for, ostensibly. Blackbeard has Prince Eric stashed on an island somewhere, but he won't tell them where unless Hook officially surrenders the Jolly Roger to him. A humiliation on multiple levels. Captain Hook throws him overboard, killing him and taking the ship back along with all of his crew. Ariel slaps him, and it's the weakest slap I've ever seen on film. She had him at knife point earlier that day, and she can barely muster a slap. And she jumps overboard and goes back to searching for Eric. So yeah, Hook knows who Eric is. He lied to her face. Hook and Ariel go Eric hunting in Storybrooke. They search Gold's pawn shop for any of Eric's things, and Hook finds Eric's cloak that Ariel was wearing when they met with that Ursula clasp, and Belle does a little locator spell on it. So now they're chasing down a cloak that will lead them to Eric, except it lands in the ocean and plummets to the bottom. And Ariel laments not knowing what truly happened to Eric, because this just implies he's gone. And Hook tells her the truth of what happened, and he apologizes. She slaps him, again. It's way better this time. It's an actual slap. And she yells at him. Hook says he would do anything to make this right, and he swears to her on Emma Swan's name that he is genuinely sorry and would do anything he could. But it wasn't Ariel. Ariel was never in Storybrooke this go-round. It was Zelena in disguise. Ariel actually found Eric in the Enchanted Forest after leaving the Jolly Roger, and they're happy, and they're together. They're not here. Zelena did all of this to use Hook's love for Emma, and she has now cursed his lips. If he ever kisses Emma again, it will steal all her magic, and she won't be special or magical anymore. Hook realizes Zelena can't kill Emma right now. She needs him to do this in order to actually get to her. And she just threatens Emma's whole family and instructs him to go kiss that blonde woman expeditiously. Hook does not go kiss that blonde woman. He instead spies on her and her family having a beautiful dinner at Granny's. Mary Margaret, David, Emma, Henry, and Regina all happily eating a meal together really does get the heart fluttering. I don't think that's why Hook is yearning, but I like seeing it. They're real cute. The next day, Zelena is wandering around Regina's house, and the two of them just snipe at each other for a while.
Envy's just another word for ambition.
Well, that's just not true.
Zelena was there as a sort of distraction play, while Gold goes to get Regina's heart from Robin Hood. And Gold has to threaten Roland to do it, and he hates it the whole time, but he does get the heart. And Regina understands why Robin Hood gave it up. She knows that he didn't truly have another choice. But now Zelena could control Regina, right? That must be what she's going for. No. Apparently, Regina's heart is enchanted, so it can't be used to control her. Zelena just needs it for the other nonsense that she's doing. Regina invites Mary Margaret, David, Emma, and Hook to her house so they can summon a dark vortex and use it to question her dead mother. We're doing a seance! Apparently, you can only talk to the dead if you have both the murder weapon and the murderer. So they've got that weird evil candle, and we've got Mary Margaret. They do the ritual, and a big swirling vortex opens, but Cora doesn't speak. And Regina just concludes that her mom is ignoring her, even from beyond the grave. Snow re-apologizes for murdering Regina's mom, and Regina just says it's all complicated. Watching these two have like a real, open, emotionally vulnerable conversation is wild and incredible. I think these two deserve to be best friends. And I don't think we're ever going to get to them necessarily being best friends. But I think them having an understanding and being comfortable in their roles in each other's family and in this family that they share, even though they didn't make it intentionally, I think that's really cool. And I love seeing that for them. And then it all gets ruined when they find a ghostly visage of Cora smizing over a spinning wheel. The face is crazy, actually. She just keeps making it. Cora's ghost enters Mary Margaret and gives her some backstory. Here's some backstory. Baby Cora, I did not miss you. It's another flashback proper. It's not just in that missing year. It's a long time ago in the Enchanted Forest. When she was a young woman, Cora met a man named Jonathan that she believed to be a prince because he told her he was a prince. He said his name was Prince Jonathan, and he really hyped her up, wooing her immediately, asking her to marry him with a ring made of straw, saying he'd come back in 2 weeks' time and propose again with a golden ring in its place. And they, keep each other company that very night. I mean, they might as well. They're basically married. They've known each other a whole week. Jonathan never comes back for her, and Cora is pregnant. So Cora goes looking for him and finds him on the castle grounds in work clothes. He's no prince, he's a gardener. And he calls her a harlot and leaves her there. She is found by Prince Leopold, the actual prince, Snow White's future father, and he is Sikowitz from Victorious. I actually didn't even realize it. My beautiful spouse, walked in the room while I was watching this season for the 3rd time and started just freaking out about how Sikowitz was in my fairy tale soap opera. And now I just have to know that's who that is, and so do you. Leopold falls for Cora's folksy charm and her basic survival skills, but he's betrothed to Princess Ava, a woman he's never met. And he calls it off. For her, for Cora. He calls off his engagement. Jonathan comes back to threaten Cora, ready to tell Leopold that she's pregnant with his baby if she doesn't give him a bunch of money so he can get out of there. She says that she will, but Ava overheard the whole thing, hiding behind a gazebo in a big-ass hoop skirt. The least stealthy outfit I've seen in my entire life. Ava spreads the rumor, or the truth, that Cora is pregnant, revealing it to Leopold, and then she prances around, saying Leopold deserves better than a lying miller's daughter. And now Cora and Leopold's engagement is off, and Ava and Leopold's is back on. A few months later, Cora gives birth to Zelina and then gives her up to a green tornado, not even to people. She doesn't leave her with people. She puts her in the woods to get sucked up by a tornado to give herself her best chance at the future she believes she deserves, as a direct parallel to Emma giving Henry up to give Henry his best chance. After the ghost of Cora deposits that backstory into Mary Margaret's brain, Regina banishes Cora back to whatever afterlife they pulled her from. Regina and Mary Margaret continue to make amends about their personal histories, and Mary Margaret gives a crying Regina like a pep talk and everything, and Regina lets it carry her back into the forest to Robin Hood, who vows that he will get her heart back for her, and then they go to Smooch Town. She's not keeping herself from her happiness anymore. Zelina explains her evil plan to Mr. Gold. She wants to change the past. Time travel. Time travel. We are on season 3 of 7. And we're doing time travel. No! And it seems like it'd be a great idea for Gold, right? He could go back and reunite with Balefire. He could even go to a time where he never gave Balefire up in the first place. And Zelina could go back in, kill Princess Ava. That's what she wants to do this for. Because if Ava's dead, Cora gets married to Leopold, Zelina gets born and is presumed to be, I guess, Leopold's premature daughter. And she never gets given up to a tornado. Gold insists that nobody's actually cracked the code to time travel yet, but apparently Zelina has. And all you need is a brain, courage, a resilient heart, and a baby. She really needs baby charming. Gold plays at being really tempted and fully on her side and goes for the seduction angle to try and get his dagger off of her. Again, I will remind you, he was romantically involved with her mother. But she stops him and sends him back to his cage. Team Hero has got to stop this plan, because if they don't, Emma will never be born. Snow White will never be born. Regina will never be born. It'll ruin everything. Everything will change. So how the hell do we stop something like that? early in the missing year in the Enchanted Forest, so like a month in or something, maybe even less than, Belle delivered the tragic news about Neil getting absorbed into his father to the Charmings, Aurora, Philip, and Regina, all of whom are impeccably dressed for this meeting. Oh, I love the Enchanted Forest. Aurora confesses that she's known all along that Zelena wants baby Charming, and Zelena instantly flies in on her broom, turns Aurora and Philip into flying monkeys, creeps on Snow's baby, and bounces. It's within seconds of Aurora making this confession. And then near the end of their missing year, months later, they're still trying to plan on how they can get some sort of advantage over Zelena. And they land on they need to break into the Dark Castle, where Rumpelstiltskin is being held captive, to get some insight into what is happening here. They get there, they face some traps. Regina and Robin Hood snipe at each other.
Where I come from, a simple thank you would suffice.
Where you come from, people bathe in the river and use pine cones for money.
Come on, let's go.
They find Rumpelstiltskin in a cage, spinning thread and doing his silly little songs and rhymes, insisting he hasn't lost his mind. Actually, he has too many. Belle asks how to stop Zelena, and he says they need light magic from the Good Witch of the South, Glinda. She's been banished north of the Dark Forest. She's here in the Enchanted Forest. She's not in Oz. They don't have to travel realms. They just gotta go north and be pure of heart to get to her. Regina and the Charmings put on their best furs. Regina's in a cute, sparkly dark blue to go look for Glinda, and they find a door in the middle of a path. The Charmings run right through, but Regina can't follow. Because pure of heart, she is not. Didn't we see Snow White's heart darken in season 2? Like Regina pulled it out of her chest to show her a growing dark spot after she killed Cora. We saw that happen. I remember we saw that happen. Pure of heart Snow White is not either. I would argue. Should be just David getting through there. Whatever, I guess the show forgot. And the Charmings find Glinda. She's very sparkly. Like her skin is sparkly. It's a really fun choice. And Glinda says she knows Zelena. She's actually failed to stop Zelena in the past. Her magic is not strong enough to stop Zelena. Glinda does tell them that Zelena's magic is contained in her pendant, this big green gem we've seen on her all season, and that someone with very strong light magic made from love, will be able to take that pendant off of her and defeat Zelena for good. The Charmings realize it's Emma. They need Emma for this. They have to get to Emma to do this. But there's only one way to get back to Emma, and that's to enact another dark curse. Regina says no, she won't do it. She wouldn't even if she could, because the thing she loves most is Henry, and she would never sacrifice him, and also, he's not even here. She's not doing it, it's not happening. But someone else could cast it. Snow White could cast it. She'd have to sacrifice David, but it was literally his idea. He wants her to do it. That man loves to be a martyr. He loves a sacrifice play. They make Snow go through with it too. Regina respectfully turned away while the Charmings be sad and romantic at each other.
I've loved you since the first moment I saw you.
And I'll love you until my last.
I hate that these two can still get to me. I swear, it's only when they're in fantasy mode, and it's only when they're advancing the plot. But they can still get me. Regina takes out David's heart, and Snow White crushes it into dust for the curse, sacrificing the thing that she loves most. And then Zelena comes in on her flying broom and adds some green magic into the curse, little a bit of forgetting juice. So none of them will remember why they were going back to Storybrooke or what happened. And she flies off again, and the curse is coming in fast. As it rolls in, Snow White begs Regina to remove her heart so she can tear it in half and give half of it to Charming so he can still live. They already share half a heart, she insists. She believes, she cries. Believe, believe, believe. Regina does this for her, ripping out Snow White's heart and tearing it cleanly in two, placing one half into each Charming. It works. David comes back to life, and the two of them roll around on the castle floor for a minute until their own curse overtakes them. What are the implications of this? They don't say anything about it. It just works. It just works! In Storybrooke, Team Hero has figured out the Wicked Witch of the West's evil plans. But more importantly, Regina and Robin Hood continue to hold a residence in Smoochtown and be deeply romantic with each other. Deeply romantic with each other. Their chemistry is insane.
Use mine for the both of us.
A giggly happy Regina joins a Team Hero meeting, and they can't figure out why Zelena brought them back to Storybrooke or how she did if she had to sacrifice the things she loves, but they don't know what we know. And Regina believes that the key to getting all their memories back is getting Henry his memories back, getting him to believe in magic again and resetting that situation. So they need to find his fairy tale book. Henry tries to get any straight answers about what's going on from Emma, and instead of telling him anything reassuring, she does the whole, you have to listen to me, I'm your mom routine. And then he decides to try and flee Storybrooke, to go to New York by himself in the bug. And he is stopped by Hook. Hook has very recently gone back to his roots, getting tied up and thrown into the backs of vehicles. Gold did so to bring him to Zelena so she could threaten Henry's life, unless Hook brought Emma to Smoochtown. Gonna move in right next to Regina and Robin. Get a nice little apartment on Makeout Lane. And Hook heard all that and thought, absolutely not. I'm simply going to remove the boy from Storybrooke, and then she can't get to him anymore. Hook brings Henry to Smee and says Smee is going to sail him to New York. However, a flying monkey descends, ready to kill Henry. Boom, pow! Hook starts shooting at the flying monkeys, killing them. Monkeys that were canonically their friends a couple of weeks ago. They're just infected by a little bit of werewolfism. At least shoot to, like, wound. No, he shoots them and they dissolve into dust. Mary Margaret, Emma, Regina, and David bring the fairy tale book from where they found it in Mary Margaret's apartment. It was in the closet again. That's where she found it the first time. They bring it to Henry, who is still reeling from being attacked by flying monkeys and saved by a pirate with a sword. And all he needs to do is touch the book. And his memories come flooding back. He remembers Regina. He remembers everything.
Mom.
Emma goes to kiss his forehead and break the curse again, but uh-oh, here's Zelena, teleporting him into a chokehold and taunting him about it. Emma light magics Zelena off of her boy, and then Zelena just kind of yells at them and teleports away again. It was sort of a useless errand for her. But now Regina is reunited with Henry for real, and she kisses him on the forehead. I'm sorry, she kisses him on the forehead. What's that? We're hearing from the judges. That is true love's kiss. The curse has been broken. The missing memories, everybody's missing memories all come back. Snow White remembers casting the curse, and they'll have to explain the weird have-a-heart situation. Regina tells Henry that she's seeing Robin Hood now, and he's very excited to have a third dad. Emma interrogates Hook about why Zelena made it seem like the two of them were working together, and he comes clean about how she cursed his mouth. Also, remember how they'd assumed the whole time that it was Snow White that had sent the bird and the message and the potion to Hook about the need to get back to Storybrooke to go get Emma? It wasn't. Snow White and Charming got no memory back of sending such a message because it wasn't them. It was Neil. He took control of their shared body long enough to stop Rumpelstiltskin from taking a memory potion so that he could send it to Hook with a message. He just sort of tells a bird to deliver it to Killian Jones on the Jolly Roger, and it does? Neil had talked to bird powers the whole time? Or are the birds just like that in the Enchanted Forest? It is hard to say. Henry gets to visit his dad's grave for real now that he remembers the guy. And while they're doing that, Mary Margaret goes into labor. And that means everything is kicking off for real. Let's get our last bit of Zelena backstory out of the way. Okay, so in the Emerald City, after turning the wizard into a flying monkey, Zelena is met with Glinda, showing up to congratulate her on taking a con man out of the world and inviting her to meet her sisters, the other witches named after cardinal directions, not to learn how to change her past. Glinda wants her to give up on that, but to help her change her future. Apparently, the directions of east, north, and south represent brains, hope, and courage, and west represents innocence. So that's why she needs the baby? Baby Charming, that specific baby. She kept harping on it needing to be that baby. That baby was going to do the job for her. And I guess it's just another product of true love thing, because I feel like all babies are sort of the same level of innocence when you think about it. I guess it's the true love thing. She could have used any baby. That's what I'm trying to say. All the witches convince Zelena to let go of her past and join them. She agrees, she moves on, she gets that magical amulet that will help her focus her magic, but will also contain it, and she de-greens. She's not green anymore. But then, a green cyclone touches down in Oz, just like the one that brought Zelena here as a baby. It's Dorothy. Her house, notably, did not land on any witches. It just sort of landed. And she doesn't emerge into a Technicolor world of munchkins, just to Zelena and Glinda, the former of which is already glaring daggers into this child for daring to exist in her presence. Remember how Zelena de-greened? She's immediately turning green again, envious of how her sisters fawn over this Dorothy, who is surely here to take her place. Zelena gets all up in Dorothy's face at a well, threatening the child with fire. So the child splashes her with water to get the fire away, and Zelena grossly and horrifically melts all over the ground. And Dorothy calls out for Glinda. Glinda claims that Dorothy has carried out her destiny, and now she can join the sister witches. But Dorothy does not want to be a witch. She wants to go home. So the two of them set off down the yellow brick road to look for the wizard, because with Zelena gone, he should be a human again. But Zelena's not gone. Zelena's not dead. She pretended to melt. As a trick, Dorothy and Glinda visit the wizard. Dorothy gets the silver slippers, clicks her heels, and gets out of there. But it wasn't the wizard. Zelena reveals herself to Glinda, and Glinda vows she will find someone to defeat this wicked witch. So Zelena teleports her way to the enchanted forest, where she can't do that thing. And that concludes Zelena's backstory. So what's going on in Storybrooke? Mary Margaret is in labor. They bring her to the hospital, so now she's Dr. Whale's problem. Emma and Regina set up protection spells around the hospital room to keep out anybody doing dark magic. Gold spins a bunch of straw into gold, and then Zelena takes it as the symbol of his brain, because spinning clears his mind. Okay, so now she has her courage, heart, and brains, and then she makes Gold dig little trenches for her in a barn for her ritual. And surely he could have used magic for that. You have the dark one there, and you hand him a shovel? You're doing that just to cause problems and make him feel bad. I know it. Emma and Hook go Zelena hunting, and Zelena has her pet Rumpelstiltskin drown Hook in a kiddie pool until Emma agrees to kiss him and get her magic removed. She does CPR, she does mouth to mouth to save him, and apparently that counts. That's kissing? No way magic accepts that. Shrek rules would never. But I guess Once Upon a Time rules are different. Allegedly. So Emma's demagicked, and the protection spell around Mary Margaret goes down. Zelena magics away the merry men, knocks over Belle, takes down Regina, and gets to Mary Margaret. Mary Margaret has had her baby, a healthy little boy. The Charmings only get a second to celebrate before Zelena is there, tearing Snow White's baby away from her. How unlucky you gotta be for something like this to happen to you twice. So how do we take down Zelena if our light magic caster is unmagicked? We get Regina to use light magic on her instead. She's capable of it. It just isn't her default. But Henry and Robin and Emma all believe in her. Believe. Zelena ignites all 4 elements: hearts, brains, courage, and baby, and begins her spell. Team Hero enters the ritual barn. Team Hero today being Emma, Hook, David, Regina, and Robin Hood. Mary Margaret is a little bit out of commission. Gold throws them around with magic for a little while, but Robin manages to get Regina's heart in his hands, and Regina lights up with light magic to throw Zelena around too. Zelena loses control of the Dark One dagger, and Regina gets Zelena's pendant. The flying monkey in the barn turns back into Little John, and it seems like the day has been saved. Zelena no longer has any magic, and she is not a threat. And then Regina won't let Gold kill her. She won't let Gold kill the Wicked Witch, which is crazy, because the reason he wants to is she kind of killed his son. And if Zelena had killed Henry, Regina would tie that witch up and keep her on the edge of life and death for days. Do not pretend that she wouldn't. I love a woman who changes out of spite and all. It's very sexy. But leaning so far into heroes don't kill to such an extreme right away in this scenario? Come on. David brings the baby back to Mary Margaret, and Emma watches her own happy family from the doorway.
Never thought I'd see one of those.
It's called a baby.
No, a swan. A smile.
Emma's magic doesn't seem to have come back, but she's not bothered by that because she's still planning on going back to New York at the end of this. We're back to locking people up in the one jail cell this town has in the sheriff's office. Regina tries to explain how vengeance doesn't work to Zelina, how their mom wasn't good, how she's gonna give Zelina the same second chance that she got. She locks Zelina's magical pendant away in her vault, and she gives the Dark One dagger to Belle. And Belle immediately gives it back to Gold when they properly reunite at the pawn shop under the condition that he won't go after Zelina. Gold takes the dagger and hands it right back to Belle, saying he is forever hers, and asks her to marry him. Who needs rings when you have magic weapons that can literally control the other person's every action? Belle wedding incoming, I suppose. Good for them. Maybe they will now stop having the same 3 conversations on loop forever. Except he didn't give her the dagger. He gave her a fake. He still has the real one. So then he goes to Zelina to avenge his son's death, stabbing her with the dagger, breaking her into 1,000,000 porcelain pieces. But then the pieces dissolve into green smoke, and green smoke pours out of Regina's vault where the pendant was kept, and a big portal opens up in the ritual barn. I'm sorry, did Rumpelstiltskin propose to Belle, talking about, I trust you with my whole heart, with my soul, with a fake dagger, with a lie? He lied to her during the marriage proposal. Belle, I know I've said it before, but I really mean it. You've got to get away from that man. She literally tries to give the dagger back to him the next day because she's so freaked out at the idea of having that much power over him. She's too good for him. He needs a fucked up little weirdo or something. Lacey? Do you remember Lacey? Lacey was perfect for him. Fine. None of them know that the portal has opened yet. They're just living their lives. Henry's looking for apartments in Storybrooke. Mary Margaret and David are going to have a potluck at Granny's to announce their baby's name. Regina and Robin are making me cry as they celebrate her getting her heart back. She finally tells him about Tinkerbell showing her that he was her soulmate all those years ago, and he says maybe it's all about timing, that things worked out exactly as they should. He's not upset at her for being too afraid to approach him or for making any of the choices that she did, because he's just happy that they're happy now. He is just so perfect for her. He's perfect for her. Seeing everyone at Granny's for the baby naming potluck is super cute, by the way. Marco is here, and Ruby, and Catherine. I haven't seen Catherine in years. Mary Margaret, David, and Henry read the story of how they met and fell in love to still unnamed baby, and Hook ruins it by spilling that Emma wants to go back to New York, and then he has to go chase her down and talk to her after she leaves. But then everyone at Granny's realizes the time portal is open. Oh, not the time portal! Regina, Robin, David, Belle, and Gold go look for Zelina in the sheriff's office, and Gold lies to their faces, saying he didn't do anything. He even alters the CCTV footage to make it look like Zelina just did that to herself. You know women, always turning into porcelain statues and dissolving into mist. Basically, Gold accidentally untethered her magic by killing her, and that magic went and opened her time portal without her. You've got to see the contact photo Emma has on her phone for her father. Model-ass image. Posed fucking screenshot from the show. That is her dad. She should have a blurry, too close picture of his face that Henry took of him when he realized Emma didn't have contact pictures for her parents. This is hilarious to me. Did he set it? So yeah, David calls Emma. She ignores him. Hook comes to her bearing the fairy tale book and asks her to please not run away from Storybrooke. And she tells him that home is the place that you miss when you leave it. And she doesn't have that. That's not Storybrooke for her. And then they run towards the time portal without knowing what's happening. Emma gets pulled in and Hook jumps in after her. We love men that follow their loved ones into portals. One of my favorite types of men for sure. But hey, that was a really weird thing Emma just said about home. Where did she get that from? Well, 17-year-old Emma and early 20-something Neil have a little flashback. I can't look at them when they do these. Why are they dressed like that? Neil is dressed in a way that no human being has ever dressed before. What is this layering technique? Anyway, they go for a ride on the swings, except they don't turn the ride on. They kind of just sit in the swings and they hang out. It does still seem fun. Emma asks Neil what his deal is, and he talks about how he used to have a happy home life until one day things went wrong and he had to get out of there and he can't go back because his dad's an evil wizard. He doesn't say his dad's an evil wizard, but that is what he means. Neil says to Emma that you know that a place is home because you miss it when you leave. So that's where she got it from. That's what this entire flashback is for, is to show us that Neil taught Emma how to pick locks, and he told her a weird thing about home one time. I can't look at these two in flashback mode. We gotta go back. Emma and Hook land in the enchanted forest, immediately faced with Snow White's wanted posters. They were taken back to the time when Snow White and Prince Charming first met, because that is what Emma was thinking about when she fell through the portal. That's the story that was being read to the baby when they're in the diner. I didn't put the baby on the board. I also didn't cross off Selena. In the arms of an angel. Okay, so we have a couple of options of where we want to put the baby. We could cover Neil. I don't want to do that. We could cover Mila. That feels kind of weird. So we might just cover Felix up in the corner, because I don't think we're ever going to fucking hear from Felix again, gang. I think Felix is probably gone for good and will not miss it if we cover up his face. So we'll put him up in the corner. Perfect. He doesn't have a name yet, so don't worry about it. In the Enchanted Forest, Emma and Hook watch Regina terrorize some villagers wearing a very silly hat. But they cannot interfere. They have to let her keep a woman she has hostage, because interfering means messing with the timeline, and we can't start doing that. They get Emma an Enchanted Forest outfit, and she does that cliche complaining about being unable to move in a corset. No way they tight-laced her into that thing, so I'm not sure what her issue is, and she looks great. It's a real shame we have limited opportunities to see her in fairy tale clothes. But they snap the wrong branch and accidentally scare Snow White away from robbing Prince Charming's carriage, meaning Snow White and Prince Charming never meet. David just continues on his way to his wedding with Princess Abigail, King Midas's daughter. They go to find Rumpelstiltskin and seek his help, but he finds them first, trying to kill Hook on account of that guy stole my wife thing. Emma sees Dark One Rumpelstiltskin for the first time. That's gotta be a trip. You know a guy is a severe businessman with untold magic power. And then you're face to face with sparkly lizard man frolicking in the woods and giggling at you. It's so good. Watching him do his full-ass Rumpelstiltskin shtick at Emma, it's so good. They tell him they're from the future and that he does succeed in finding his son again someday, but they need his help because they fucked everything up and Emma's parents never met, so he takes them back to his dark castle and they meet Belle.
Belle?
So, do we know each other?
Oh, sorry, no. Mr. Rumpel, the Dark One, told me about you.
Did he?
No. Go away and read a book, or whatever it is you like to do. Come back and clean later.
You could ask nicely.
I could also turn you into a toad.
That's a miracle you two fell for each other.
The fairy tale book is erasing itself because everything in the future is now uncertain. Rumpelstiltskin says he'll work on their portal home. He's got a wand that can replicate any magic ever cast. Literally, what the hell is this wand? But they've got to fix the meet cute that they messed up. Snow White is trying to get passage on Blackbeard's ship to get out of here, but she doesn't have enough money because she never completed that robbery. So the new plan involves Current Hook posing as Past Hook. So Emma goes to distract Past Hook, keep him occupied and the like. And tightens her corset, Current Hook is immediately jealous of himself. Hilarious. She does a great job at keeping it occupied. There's a lot of drinking, and eventually he brings her back to his ship, where Current Hook has Smee bring him Snow White while he lounges in the dark in the Jolly Roger, looking exactly like Puss in Boots in Shrek 2. When King Harold hires him, you know this scene where he's just like eyes in the dark. It's those exact vibes. And he promises Snow White safe passage to any realm she desires in exchange for Prince Charming's wedding ring. Emma provides Current Hook a perfect way out of there that'll make it so no one realizes there's two of him by making out with Past Hook as a distraction. And instead of taking that distraction, Current Hook punches his past self so hard the guy passes out. for daring to kiss Emma Swan. Literally so jealous of himself. Rumpelstiltskin gets the pair of them an invitation to the big wedding celebration ball that's happening so they can make sure that Snow succeeds in what she's doing, and he plays fairy godmother about it to dress them up fancy, going back to his roots. I don't like the dress he puts Emma in, though. Bright-ass red is not really her color, and it's honestly a very boring cut. They meet King Midas and introduce themselves as Prince Charles and Princess Leia and stare into each other's eyes as they waltz. Princess Abigail is wearing a disgusting shawl, by the way. If I'm just being mad about outfits now, it's awful. Like a high-necked, flare-sleeved disco ball. I hate it. And then it all goes wrong. Charming tries to stop Snow, and they do the whole like, whoa, the person robbing me is a girl?
You're a girl.
Gross. It was weird when it happened with Mulan last season. It's even weirder now. And actually, this is a good thing. It's good that these two have met. That's when Regina shows up, demanding King Midas search the whole palace for Snow White. And Snow White gets away, but accidentally leaves the ring behind. Emma stops a Black Knight from shooting Snow White, and now she is an accomplice to the banditry. Regina has her arrested while she's still in possession of the ring, and Hook just watches her be arrested, which I agree is the smart thing to do, but it does feel weird to watch him do it. Emma gets thrown into jail next to the woman they saw being menaced by Regina earlier. That woman is here because she refused to give up Snow White's location. Also, they're both getting executed tomorrow, which won't matter if Emma was never actually born. But whatever. This woman laments being away from her family. Emma talks up having hope and then takes metal wire that was around their spoons and picks the lock explicitly in the way that Neil taught her to. She releases herself and the woman that she's with. Away from the castle and off in the forest, Prince Charming captures Snow White in a net. He demands his ring back, but she doesn't have it. And Hook arrives to announce that his own princess has the ring and he needs their help getting her back. So now the three of them are all buddies. Snow White and Charming bond in the back of a cart, reenacting a lot of dialogue we saw from them in season 1 flashbacks, just under different circumstances, which is a good sign. It means things are working out how we want them to. Charming and Hook chat about true love around a fire, about how Charming is sad that he's not marrying for love, about how Hook would go to the end of Earth and time for his Leia, and who approaches them but Little Red Riding Hood. I've missed you. I wish you were here more. She goes full wolf and helps them take down the Queen's guards. They run into Emma and that woman she found. Hook points out that she's definitely fucking up the timeline by releasing a woman who is slated for immediate execution. Snow White goes to kill Regina with her dark fairy dust, the stuff she used to turn trolls into bugs and squish them. In the original timeline, she wants to turn Regina into a bug and squish her. Also, Regina is so hot here. It's a very statement-y statement necklace. I love it on her. Regina stops the assassination attempt. She yells at Snow White for the Daniel incident again, and Snow gets sent for immediate execution by fire. Regina is going to burn her to death on a pyre, here and now. And our heroes just watch on from a window as Regina lights the pyre with magic and basks in the flames. And that just happens. They don't stop it. Hook tries to comfort Emma as she cries, but the only thing that actually makes her feel better is that she hasn't blipped out of existence yet, which means Snow White isn't actually dead. Hook is being very bothered by a fly. There's a fly, there's a bug. Some sort of bug keeps flying around. Yeah, it's Snow White. Snow White is a bug. She turned herself into a bug with the dark fairy dust to avoid execution. It's actually David that recognized her as a bug, and they aren't even romantically involved at this point. That's kind of beautiful, actually. The blue fairy is called in to undo the buggening of Snow White, and Emma's way too excited to see the stranger unbugged. And Snow White does think it's very weird that this blonde lady is hugging her, but she's okay, she's here, she's alive! Snow White and Charming are gonna be okay. Charming still saves Snow White's life. Snow White still saves Charming from the trolls. She just has to do it different this time. They like each other's company. They interact. They will find each other again. Emma gets to watch her parents fall in love. The fairy tale book is all better now, too. And there's only one way to fix the last issue, that being this random lady that's supposed to be dead. And you fix that by bringing her back to the future with you against her will. So she can't affect anything in the past in the Enchanted Forest. She wasn't there. They go to Rumpelstiltskin, and he can't open the portal because only those who used it can reopen it, so he just shoves them into his dark magic vault and brews himself a forgetting potion. And Emma's back in her regular clothes? Hook tries to convince Emma to still at least attempt reopening the portal with a special wand, even though all her magic was stolen, because it should be back now. Zelena is dead. Emma is devastated because she's finally decided she wants to stop running away from things. And now she's in a place where she doesn't have a choice to fix what she had. Seeing her mom die and then seeing her mom not recognize her, really fucked her up. She restates that home is the place that you miss, and she misses her real parents so bad. And she misses Henry so bad. She misses Storybrooke. And as she explains it, the wand lights up. Her magic is back. I do think it's mostly because Zelena's dead, so the curses were undone, and not by the power of love, but the power of love definitely helped. Hook goes through the portal, and before Emma can follow, Rumpelstiltskin teleports in and demands that Emma tell him if his son ever forgave him. Emma says he did forgive him, but that he also dies, saving everyone. She said that she loved him too, and Rumpelstiltskin can't take away him dying as a hero, can't risk the possibility of making everything worse. So Rumpelstiltskin drinks the forgetting potion. And the portal closes. The timeline intact. The day saved. And when they get back, David is still calling Emma, so I get to laugh at his contact photo again. Why is that it? Emma sprints back to Granny's, where everyone's having a peaceful dinner, and announces that she isn't leaving Storybrooke anytime soon. She calls her parents Mom and Dad. It's very sweet and a little bit weird, and tells them everything that happened and that she was the Princess Leia from their new memories that are the memories they've always had. David and Mary Margaret announce the name of their baby boy. They do still call it a coronation ceremony, which is very sweet, and they say they're naming him a hero's name. It's Neil. They name their baby Neil. I cannot explain how much this pisses me off. Gold is there when they announce this, by the way. He doesn't really react much, but if it was my son Neil that died, and no one else really acted like they cared that much for days, and then they steal his name for their baby while the wound is still deeply fresh, I'm leaving. I'm out of there. I'm not talking to them ever again. I'm staying around for my grandson because I like that kid and my fiance likes it here, but I'm literally never looking at those assholes. I'm childishly pretending they don't exist. I'm crossing the street when I see them coming. Neil? Prince Neil? God, and I'm Rumpelstiltskin too. I know how much power is in a name. I've used that power to save my ass in the past, and they took my dead kid's name? My kid that I broke the world for. I feel like Regina would get me. I feel like Regina and Gold have got to get real wine drunk and talk shit about the Charmings for this, and also for the rest of the things that they do. How things always just work out for them, you know? Is it not weird for Emma, also, to name her brother Neil? Is that not weird? Henry's father and uncle have the same name. Henry's uncle was named after his father. I hate it! Aside from all of that, Hook finally explains how he got to Emma once he received Neil's message. He just used the Jolly Roger to outrun the curse, of course, and then he just traded the Jolly Roger for a magic bean to get to her. He literally sold his ship to get to her. His ship! He's a pirate! He sold a woman out. He abandoned her prince for this ship, and he sold it for Emma in a heartbeat. Hook and Emma just make out right outside of Granny's, and I don't blame them for that one. That is a deeply romantic confession. I think I'm on the Hook train fully now. They've got me. Rumpelstiltskin and Belle get married in the woods. Belle's father gives her away, and Archie officiates, and that's everyone that's there. And they look awful. I mean, Gold looks fine. He's in a suit. He looks fine. Archie looks like Archie, and Belle's dad did the bare minimum. But Belle? Hello? She looks awful. This mid-thigh length white trench over a white lacy button-down thing, white tights. I like the shoes. That's all I can say. They're just regular-ass shoes, and they're fine. And the hat? Hey, Belle, whose hat is this? I don't love the way Belle dresses in Storybrooke sometimes. It very much feels like she doesn't know what she wants out of her outfits, or like whoever is dressing her character isn't really sure what to say with her outfits, but sometimes she hits. She certainly does not experiment with very bad white hats. I'd say this is a very Mary Margaret look, but when Snow White got married, she looked incredible. Though the fashion differences between Snow White and Mary Margaret are immense. Maybe ludicrously so. Belle starts her wedding vows by saying their relationship has never been easy. But then she says she hasn't spent her life losing him. She spent her life finding him, which is very cute. That is so sweet. But the camera cuts to the Charmings, which is very funny to do during someone else's wedding vows. Just make them about a completely different couple. These are Belle's vows. Gold's vows are about how Belle broke through his walls and brought him home, and the camera cuts to Emma and Hook making out, and then to Regina having a good evening with Roland and Robin. Let their wedding be about them, please. Gold says he'll never understand how she can see the man behind the monster, and she insists that the monster is gone. And it says some corny shit about books and teacups, and he cries.
Sometimes the best book has the dustiest jacket. And sometimes the best teacup is chipped.
That woman Emma brought back, huh? That stranger that was supposed to be dead? Runs into Regina at the diner, very upset to see the woman who condemned her to execution here. But more importantly, she runs into Robin Hood. It's Marian, Maid Marian, Roland's mother and Robin Hood's dead wife, alive and here in Storybrooke. Emma brought her here. She didn't know it was Marian, but she did do this to Regina. She did just ruin Regina's life. Regina says Emma better hope she didn't bring anything else back. And we cut to the ritual barn, where something else that came through from Rumpelstiltskin's dark vault opens and spills into the ritual circle, and a figure forms out of water, glass, ice? A blonde figure in a long blue dress who flings an arm out to the side in weird slow motion, shooting ice from her fingers, destroying her previous container, and then walking away, never showing her face to the camera. Why is Elsa given a supervillain intro? Hello? Also, yeah, it's really Elsa. Cannot express how weird it is that Elsa is here. But that's for another time. That is not for now. But before we go, let's do a roundup. Ha! This is not a fit check. I don't know why I felt the need to make it a transition. The outfit does remain thematic. I'll give myself that. Before we get to this whiteboard, let me bring out the other whiteboard. There's a bitch named Jonathan on my board forever now. I don't want Jonathan here. I don't like that guy, and I barely even know him. We had him for one episode, and he sucked the whole time. And now he has to live in our family tree in perpetuity. Yeah, I didn't want to redraw the whole thing, so I just sort of clumsily added on what I needed to. Of course, Jonathan is up there next to Cora, so we could bring in Miss Zelina, Regina Mills's half-sister. You'll see there, they have the same mom. And then down here we got, Neil Nolan. Other than those, the second half of the season didn't change anything else, except make me really sad when I think about how Rumpelstiltskin is now like the only living member of this entire section of the family tree. That does not feel good. I will admit, it's starting to get a little crowded in here. But I'm not worried. I'm very strong. Now we can do our wrap up. I love season 3. I love season 3. I love season 3. And you might be thinking I'm lying to you on account of how it maybe didn't seem like I liked the second half of it, season 3 very much. I still did. I just didn't really like Zelina, and she was in an awful lot of it. But season 3 for a Regina fan? Season 3 for a Rumpelstiltskin lover? Living. Absolutely living the dream. And you know what? I'll say it. Season 3 as #1 Henry Mills defender? It's a good season for him. I feel like he learns a lot. He got to have that full year where he was making friends. In the regular world, he abandoned them at the end, but I mean, I don't blame him for it. He's only ever really known what he's known. But I'm glad he got to have that year. But let's talk about what really matters here. What were the best outfits of the season? My runner-up best outfit is probably one I talked about the most, actually. Belle's little steampunk shorts outfit that she wore to get her man resurrected. Oh, it was so cute. It was so cute. Truly, when I noticed that it was teeny tiny shorts and not just black pants, which would have made more sense, I was dying. I had to keep pausing the episode the first time I watched it because I could not believe what I was seeing with this outfit. It doesn't make sense. Objectively, I don't think it's a good outfit. It doesn't fit the world. It doesn't really fit the character. And what an outfit to wear to go traipsing through the snow, by the way. Who knows how far they had to walk to get to the Dark One Vault, and she's in sheer tights and shorts the whole way. Can't resurrect your boyfriend if you ain't cute. I get it. I understand. Incredible outfit. Number 2 outfit of whole season. Thank you so much for wearing it. But the outfit I'm going to deem number 1 best outfit is one that I only touched on a little bit, I think, but I just can't stop thinking about it. I keep coming back to it when I think about outfits from this season. That midnight blue fur ensemble that Regina wore when she and the Charmings went to go get Glinda, it's somehow like the bitchiest outfit we've ever seen from her. She wears it to just be warm in the snow and then get rejected because a magical doorway doesn't think that she's pure of heart. And she's mad the whole time she's wearing it. Yeah, she's mad because the door rejected her, but also she's mad because she had to hang out with Snow White and Prince Charming the whole way to get there. Can you imagine the toll that takes? I feel like that's a really dark horse choice. There's a lot of outfits I really liked this season, but when I was trying to think of things that I would genuinely wear or be really excited to see the characters wear over and over again, I kept coming back to these weird blue furs. She just had it on hand. Plus, it is always a treat to get to see her in a little bit of color. She wears a lot of black. She wears a lot of black and white. And then in the Enchanted Forest, she wears a lot of black, silver, and red. So this blue, gorgeous. Gorgeous. This season has a secret category for worst outfit because what the fuck were some of these things they had them in? Hello? I would bet money that you know what I'm about to say for the worst outfit. I would bet real money that you already know. Belle's wedding outfit. Who gave her those clothes? Those are not her clothes. You're having a secret midnight forest wedding to finally marry the man monster that you have loved for so many years. And that's the outfit you break out? That's the ensemble you put together? You better count your lucky fucking stars you didn't have a wedding that was attended by actual people. That it was just you, him, your dad that hates him, and the town therapist that just got over being a cricket again. 2 weeks ago became a man again after a full year of crickethood. He's not going to judge your outfit. He's just enjoying wearing clothes himself. He does wear clothes as a cricket. It's gotta be different though, right? And actually, also, I have a runner-up for worst outfit, and it's Mr. Gold in Rumpelstiltskin's leather pants. I hated seeing that. I like Rumpelstiltskin's leathery outfit. I like it when fantasy Rumpelstiltskin is wearing the leathery outfit, but seeing Mr. Gold, just like the human man in it, made me hate the outfit, and that's the real shame, because I love that outfit. And they made me not like it for a full 11 episodes. That's too long. Best characters of the season. I have a top 3. We're gonna start at 3 and then go 2 and then go 1. You know how lists work. Number 3, Regina Mills. Turning into a good person out of spite rules. Yes, she's so sexy. She's so sexy. And she's been committed now to evolving, to changing, to breaking out of her own tropes. Yes! Yes! And I think her and Emma should keep doing magic lessons. I want to see them yell at each other and grow and learn each other inside and out until they're co-parenting. And maybe even co-parenting while living in the same house. And maybe there's not enough room in the house and they need to share a bedroom. You never know with these things. Number 2, I'm gonna give it up for Killian Jones, Captain Hook. Fell in love with Emma, got her dad's blessing, got the father of her child's blessing, pretty much, traded the ship he loved so much just to get her a message and bring her home. And the real thing that puts him at number 2 is the fact that he's growing on me at all. I did not like him last season, and I don't think I was hiding it very well. Number 1 character in all of season 3 has gotta be Robin Hood. It's gotta be Robin Hood. This man is so ride or die. This man is so, adult life is already so weird, this might as well happen. A desperate man shows up in the Dark One's castle and says, you need to put your 4-year-old son in immediate, actual peril so he can get back to his family. Yeah, man, but the first try is the only try, okay? You appear in a world with no magic, and your best friend vanishes and gets turned into a flying monkey. Now we've just got to make the best of it. And the best of it looks like making out with the mayor and former evil queen of the Enchanted Forest and finding out she's your soulmate and also rolling with that. He's pretty, he's got a great voice, he's a great dad, he got Marion back without having to pay any horrific costs. Magic doesn't always come with a price when you're fucking Robin Hood, baby. What a guy. He's the real winner of this season as far as I am concerned. As far as I am concerned. I don't want to hear shit about any tragic fates he meets. I don't want to know. I don't want to know. I am living a blissfully ignorant life. It's me and Mr. Hood over here, and Regina can come too. Of course, I would not keep her away. Honorary top character, who's actually also the honorary loser of this season, is Felix. I'm a little bit obsessed with Felix conceptually. I wish we knew anything else about him, but also I'm so glad that we don't. I think if we had any more information about him, I would not be nearly as intrigued. Just like you're just a 16-year-old who's obsessed with this other teenage boy who happens to be like an immortal trickster spirit and also happens to be an old man and absent father. That's a wild place for you to live your life. Why are you so ride or die loyal to that other boy? Felix, do you have anything you'd like to share with the class? Honestly, I'm just always a sucker for confusingly blind devotion, and that is also why he's the honorary loser of the season, is because that did kill him. That did kill him, and nobody is going to remember Felix except for me. There's no way he gets brought up in the show again, right? Because the only person that cared about him was Peter Pan, and Peter Pan is dead. And also, presumably, all of those Lost Boys, who we never got an answer for, by the way. No clue what happened to that ship full of teenage boys. I bet Felix would have at least cared what happened to them a little. A little. I know they walked back on Your Main Man, but you did live with those boys for many years. He would at least care if they lived or died. As for the actual biggest loser of this season, I thought about giving it to Zelena, and I do think Zelena could deserve it, or Peter Pan, Malcolm, because, oh my god, both had decades, if not centuries, of planning fall out from under their feet. However, yeah, it's gotta be Neil. It's gotta be. Dying in the middle of a random-ass episode, only to be immediately forgotten and replaced by a hot pirate. That is loser behavior. If there's one thing that is, it's loser behavior. He showed up in a flashback after the fact just to say something relevant to Emma's journey and then disappear. And like, he's not a loser in my heart. They could never make me think him a loser, except in the ways that I already thought he was a loser before this. But he was the biggest loser of this season. You have to share a body with the father you barely just forgave, and then you die. I'm so sorry, Neil. And if you're someone who really doesn't like Neil Cassidy and you made it all the way to the end of this video, just threw my marker. Your reward is that I won't be talking about him at all in the next one, because he's gone. Now we're all gonna have to live with my Robin Hood phase. Welcome aboard. Thank you so much for making it to the end of this video. I already know this one's way longer than the last ones, and I'm sorry. I really don't know how that happened, but I appreciate you sticking it out and coming back for this one as well. It's been a while. My bad. Maybe someday my Once Upon a Time videos won't be cursed by the Lord That'll be a good fucking day. If you want to keep up with me and my projects and my progress on the internet, you can do that on my other socials. On TikTok, I'm at Whipjack. On Twitter, I'm at Whipjack, WHIPBED, Jack. But the best way to keep up specifically with my projects in terms of YouTube is going to be my Patreon. I really, really could not justify the amount of time these things take without my patrons. They're all absolutely lovely folks. If you want to get an extra video every single month, as well as early access to videos like this, my patrons had access to the first part of this video, I think like 2.5, 3 weeks before the actual video came out. That is where you can do it. All of my tiers get early content. I love those guys. They truly, 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 if you are a patron, if you want to be a patron, golly, thank you so much. Why did I say that? All of my thanks to Alcyon Hero, Annie G, Autumn Vector, Britty, Kat, Kazrin, Kelsey Chadbourne, Midnight Rose, Ollie D, Rocky Henry, The Sheriff, Zachary Fly, Zebby Lone, A Bitter Taste of, Agumame, Amy Ernst, AJ Holly, and Akadoroku, Alex Stevens, Alex is Not Amazing, Alice, Alex, Amalia, Anna Elise, Anna K, Anna, Argentum Inc., Artemis Nix, Ashley Fogel, Ashley Foguera, Ash Raven, Avery Jack Thayer, Azure, Babbity Kate, Bada Kid, Barb, Beard Acknowledge, Becca B, Bex Rhodes, Beck B, Bees, Bethany Draws Art, Blake Stewart, Bobby Banner, Box of Cherubs, Brain Boy, Bubblegum Bell, Carly Hartle, Caroline Odin, Celt Code, Cheyenne, Chronic Escapee, Clay by Kins 30, Clever Name, Cloud and Mercury, Cody Ostalasa, Kuste, Dakota Lewanski, Danny Bozeman, Danielle Tefka, Declan Roof, Deals, Delaney, Devin Ellert, Drake, Ed Slushy, Eli Gibson, Eli X, Ellie Verona, Elysium, Embers, Emily Dykehouse, Emma B, NB Ennui, Eric Banks, Eric, Aaron Rumsey, Evil Scrump, Fish, Flub, Foolery with Nori, Fox Martin, Fumblebee, Finch R, Gabby, Garrett T, Giant, Graham Harrison, Gregory Wise, Hale, Harper Hex, Heather Reed, Henry, Hunter Kiley, Infinity Girl, Insane in the Brain, Izzy Alexander, Jackie, Jacob Chisholm, James David, James Summers, Jasmine, Jane, Jeffrey Wickstrom, Jenny Waboom, Jeremy B, Jericho, Jessica Pade, Jordan, Jordy LaForge, Joshua Caliendo, Jubilee, Julie Stonk, Kevo Conrad, Kathleen Houston, Catherine Hill, Kelsey Rodriguez, Curb.jpg, Keverlyn C, Kian Smith, Kitty Kitty Large Paws, Kyle Richardson, Kylie Dactyl, Lady of Autumn, Laura Whitlock, Lawson, Lee, Lemon, Lemonberry Conda, Liam John Lawson, Libby, Lisa Spitalowitz, Lizzie Gale, Lucy Schneider, Luca, Mackenzie Smith, Marcel Barth, Marie, Marielle, Martine, Mary R, Matt Ross, Matt Dam, May, Michaela Phillips, Minnie's Mayhem, Mitchum Ditchum, Most Spooky, Molly Early, Morgan Porter, Murph Wazir, Nathan Schiffel, Nick the Brick, Noah, Nora H, Nick Snacks, Olea Fia, Olive, Oski the Bard, Pete Davidson, Philip Dameron, Fix, Poblato, Poetic Cinema, Psychic Chan, Rebecca Dawn, Rookie Baby, Rosemary Finch, Rosie Redhead Girl, Rowan C, Rune Tannen, Sal, Saphicus Finch, Sarah Gallen, Seabass of the Sea, Simran, Sky, Slime Enby, Space Battery, Spapples, Steen, Steph Bell, Sticks, Sydney, Silas, Tex the Gentle Giant, The Plum Satyr, Thomas Guzzo, Toby Springer, Tommy Peterson, Tyler Whitsitt, Unholy Fish, V, Valhallen, Vanilla Zinzucker, Void Lich, Vunks, Will, Wood, Woody Daniel, Ungve Leo, Zachary McMinn, and Zane! Hermes decided to jump right on them second-degree burns I told you about, but I think I really kept my cool. Would you like to apologize? Okay. Thanks for being here, and we'll see you on the next one. As of recording this, I actually haven't watched season 4 all the way through yet. What if it stops being good? What if it stops being fun? What if all of a sudden the show's boring? I don't know if it's possible, but it keeps me up at night.